Good evening. Welcome to the Brattleboro Selectboard Meeting of Tuesday, January 21st, 2025. And looks like we got a quorum, so let's convene. John, was this meeting properly warned?
Yes, Daniel was.
Wonderful. Thanks so much. Our first order of business is to approve minutes from January 7th, 2025. Can I get a motion? Richard?
I move we approve minutes of January 7th as presented.
Okay, Richard's made a motion to approve the minutes of January 7th, 2025. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye, passes 5-0. Next up is Chair's remarks. I have two. Firstly, this is news to nobody. It's extremely cold this week. And in the last month, I would say, we've heard concerns from community members, very reasonable concerns about folks who are unsheltered, being exposed to very dangerous conditions. And those concerns are heard. The town, the state, community partners are working on this challenge to expand our shelter capacity in the community. There's nothing settled yet, but I just wanted to let you all know that it's something that is being worked upon. Secondly, the Charter Revision Commission is holding an event at the library on February 6th. They came to us a few meetings back with a question for the warn-in, but have decided that the question was less easy to understand than they would have liked. And so they're holding some public events, the first of which is February 6th at the library at 6 p.m. Kate? Great. And that meeting will be an opportunity for folks to explore issues about town meeting, for example, and other questions to do with our charter, which is currently under the process of revision. And with that, I conclude my remarks. John, manager's comments?
Yes, thanks, Daniel. So I wanted to thank the town staff and others who've been working through this cold weather, especially the fire department and mutual aid partners who responded to an equipment fire at Full Flex last night or covered our stations while the fire department is responding to that. Also want to thank the DPW staff who helped out with that fire, as well as keeping the roads clear of snow and the water main breaks under control, all in bitter temperatures. And the water main break on Putney Road shut off water to some customers today, but I'm told by the DPW director that all water should be restored by 9 p.m. tonight. So if you are without water, hopefully you can hang on till 9 o'clock. I wanted to give you a reminder that the 2025 dog license renewals are available online through the town's website and in person at the town clerk's office. Renewal notices will be mailed out in the next few weeks. Petitions for town office, town meeting member, and school board are now available at the town clerk's office, and the deadline to turn all candidate petitions in is 5 p.m. on January 27th. Any town meeting members whose terms are expiring and were elected, not those that were appointed at a caucus, should have received a letter of intent by mail. This needs to be signed and returned to the town clerk's office by 5 p.m. on January 27th, same deadline, to have their name appear on the ballot. And that is all I have.
Great, thanks, John.
Yep.
Next up is select board comments and or committee reports. And I just remind folks that we got the heaters running, so just speak up as much as you can. So, board members, comments, reports? None? Very well. Okay, we'll move on to public participation. This is the part of the meeting where the public can speak on something that is not on tonight's agenda. And in order to do so, you just need to raise your hand. I'll ask you to keep it to under 3 minutes. And I'd remind folks at this time that we really owe it to one another to listen to each other respectfully, even when we disagree, and to treat this space with respect and have some decorum. Okay? So with that, if anyone has a comment about something that is not on tonight's agenda, please raise your hand and I will try to recognize you. Mr. DeGray. And then Mr. Oza on Zoom.
Dick DeGray, I believe I'm in number 8. A couple of things. A, is the financial update going to be on the first February meeting along with the audit, approval of the audit?
Yeah, Dick, are you able to speak up a little bit? We got a bunch of heaters running
Me
here.
speak up?
Yeah, I know, it's unusual. Yeah.
Well, I can. I'm trying not to use my coach's voice.
Yeah, you can use it. It's all right. We got to hear
An
you.
update on the finances, is that going to be the first meeting in February? And that would include EMS, financials, and the going over of the audit. And then my second question is, how is our search for the new fire chief going? My understanding is that we've had a round of interviews, and I'm guessing most of those would have been people from within the local area applying for a job. I think I saw that the position has been reposted, so I'm assuming that it's not going to be somebody local that is going to be our fire chief, which would be disappointing to me, but I'll wait for you to answer that question. Thank you.
Thanks, Dick. John, are you able to answer both or either?
Yes, I believe the agenda committee was planning to look at the financial report the first meeting in February.
Yeah.
The fire chief recruitment is ongoing. We don't have any announcements on that yet, but
Okay.
we will, hopefully soon.
Thank you. All right, next up, Mr. Oza on Zoom.
Good evening, Bob Ozer. Can you hear me?
You just fine, yeah, thanks.
Okay, so Bob Ozer and District 9. And thank-
Went down.
we'll try again. We'll try again. Any better?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit? Well, I'll make it very brief. First of all, thank you for the reminders to read the auditor's report. So if anybody hasn't done that, please do so. There's, in the beginning of the auditor's report, before it gets really blurry, there were 3 things that I saw that were very disturbing. That the general fund reported a deficit at the end of fiscal year 24 of 1.5 million. And the development fund and another government fund also reported deficits. And this may be partly a question that's not on the agenda, but what's the significance of all that and why did that happen? Do we have any insight into that at all? And how does that affect us going forward, which will be maybe a discussion for later? Thank you very much.
Great, thanks, Bob. I'll answer it real quick. You know, the audit is about what happened in the past, so I think that we can wait until our first meeting in February to take a look at the financial report and answer some of those questions in more detail, because they need adequate time, and this is not the time for it. Other members of the public, Ms. O'Connor.
Kate O'Connor, Brattleboro. I just want to clarify, because Dick asked the question, and Bob kind of asked it, but you really haven't answered it. Will you be talking about the audit of the first February meeting? The financial report and the audit are 2 different things. So will
Yeah.
you be talking about the audit?
That's fair. Yeah, okay. We'll take it under advisement. Thanks. And other members of the public who wish to speak on something that's not on tonight's agenda? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to the consent agenda. John, if you'd give us a quick summary. Yeah, Mr. Evans-France.
Isaac Evans-France from District 8, and I'm concerned that there hasn't been a commitment to discuss the audit. When we're talking about the numbers that Mr. Oster just mentioned, $1.5 million of our taxpayer resources that we I think we as a community need to be able to talk about these numbers, and I have spoken with many people in this town over the last few weeks from across ideological spectrum, conservatives, progressives, moderates, who all are concerned about the budget and the way that we're planning for the future and using the resources that our town has. Thanks.
Great, thank you. So the agenda is not set right now. There are 3 separate requests to take a look at the audit at a future meeting. Liz and I will work with John to set an agenda. You're heard. I just don't want to make any promises that I can't keep right now, so you're heard. Okay, John, the consent agenda.
Yes, there's 3 items on the consent agenda tonight. If you approve this agenda, you'll be approving an annual entertainment license with updated hours for the Retreat Farm at 45 Farmhouse Square. You'll be approving a change order number 8, for the Pleasant Valley Water Treatment Facility project in the amount of $1,319.43 and 132 contract days. And you will be ratifying a parade permit for the Women's March that was held on January 18th at 9:30 a.m.
Okay, thank you, John. Board members, can I get a motion? Elizabeth?
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Great, thank you. Liz has made a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. So, next item is old business. It is, let's see, item A, which is a change to our ordinances, Chapter 15, about the Downtown Improvement District. And this is a 3rd reading, and I'm guessing that Sue Fillion is making her way to the presenters table to talk to us about it.
That is right.
Hi, Sue.
Good
Sue Fillion,
evening.
Planning Director, and also ex officio?
Yes.
Ex officio member of the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance, which is our designated downtown organization, which is really part of this downtown improvement district.
Yes.
Sue.
Yes. So this is the 3rd ordinance reading. So some of the amendments that I have recommended in this ordinance are to clean up some of the elements in the ordinance describing the boundary, because some institutions are no longer there. The one piece that you asked to bring back from the last meeting was an advisory vote that in the 2nd draft, I had recommended that be removed. So I wanted to explain a little bit about that and then let you know that it is back in this draft ordinance, seeking an advisory vote from the property owners in the downtown improvement district that pay a special assessment, which is the way that we fund the downtown organization. So the reason that I had recommended removing it was because it used to be that we had to renew our downtown designation every 5 years. So that in advance of us renewing that downtown designation, we had this vote happen. A couple years ago, they changed it to 8 years, and then this past summer, they removed the requirement to renew. So it was really just simply a matter of we're not required to renew designation. There was no trigger to kind of remember when to do this. So that was the impetus for removing it. At your request for consideration, it is back in now. I'm proposing that we do it every 5 years because it's probably going to be easier to remember it every 5, on the 5 and the 0, as opposed to some other number. It's a vote that our town clerk's office has conducted in the past, and it's, you know, the amount of money to undertake the vote is, you know, she's estimating between $440 and $790. That's staff and supplies for that vote. So that is what you're seeing before you now is the other changes that we've talked about, and with the addition of a vote every 5 years. It is an advisory vote. To participate in the downtown program, we are required to demonstrate some sort of financial commitment to our chosen downtown organization. So it's always been advisory because it was set up with a special assessment tax. If we don't do a special assessment, then there'll be other things that we need to look at.
Okay. Thank you, Sue.
You're welcome.
So, board members, this is a third reading of this ordinance change, and as you heard from Sue, it's come back to us with a change from the one that we looked at last time. So my question to you is, are you ready to move forward with this ordinance, or do you want to see further changes, or do you have questions? So that's 3 questions, I guess. Liz?
I'm ready, and I thank Sue for her work and for listening to the public input.
Okay, thank you. Franz?
Yes, thank you, Daniel. I'll just chime in and say thanks, Sue, for your work on this. I favor this provision that includes some level of reapproval. I don't think this is the biggest matter that we've discussed before, but I think it's gratifying that we took the time to really look at it and think about it and come to a conclusion.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Richard?
So is it 5 or 8 years?
5.
Okay. But it was 8.
It was 8, then 5, then taken out completely
It was
by
5.
the state statute.
Yeah. The ordinance has always said 5 years. We missed it 2 years ago because the statute had turned to 8 and we missed it in our own ordinance. So we weren't looking to renew our designation, so it got missed by staff.
Huh.
And now it's not a requirement. Renewal is not a requirement of the state anymore.
Okay.
So 5.
5.
Okay.
Okay. Peter? Okay. Okay. Members of the public with questions or comments on this item? Okay. Board, any final questions, consideration? Okay. Can I get a motion? Liz?
I move to adopt the changes to the Brattleboro Code of Ordinances, Chapter 15, Municipal Act, to establish and regulate the Downtown Improvement Act.
Okay, very good. Liz made a motion to adopt the changes to the Brattleboro Code of Ordinances, Chapter 15, Municipal Act, to establish and regulate the Downtown Improvement Act. Final discussion? None? Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Aye. That passes 5-0. Okay, very good. Thank you, Sue. Okay, next item of old business is item B, the FY26 Selectboard General Fund Budget. And John, maybe you would like to summarize the memo for us?
Sure, and the memo is in your packet on page 77. It really speaks for itself. It's just a summary of what's in your budget. We're looking at a $25.2 million budget with a tax impact of 12.1% as it currently sits. And I just wanted to point out that this budget is not about process, it's about policies and priorities that the Select Board has chosen this year. What are these policies and priorities? They're maintaining quality of life in the face of a small number of people causing chaos and disorder in our community, and doing this while not losing the town services that families, working people, and everyday folks appreciate in Brattleboro. So it's trying to optimize 2 things at once: dealing with the chaos better while not sacrificing all the other town services that people value. So first, the Downtown Safety Action Plan. This is a key component of this budget and is a response to the problems that this Select Board heard throughout last year from many, many people in the community. The total amount of commitment in this budget for the Downtown Safety Action Plan is approximately $600,000. Why does the town and the police department need 3 additional officers, and why is the BRAT team necessary? I've heard from Chief Hardy and believe that based on the department's current call volume, requesting 5 more officers would not have been unreasonable. During a recent state crime audit, even the auditor expressed surprise at the sheer number of calls Brattleboro handles every year. Despite what is obvious to many, some believe the same number of officers from a decade ago is sufficient to manage one of the highest crime rates in the state. In fact, I appreciate the chief's willingness in this budget to try and manage this with just 3 additional officers. She explained to me that the need for additional police is clear. The downtown area requires a constant police presence. While Brat will act as extra eyes and ears for the department, a dedicated level 3 officer covering all shifts is essential. A level 3 officer has arrest powers and can address criminal activity directly. The repeated injuries that Officer Washburn has sustained during several recent violent downtown encounters emphasize the need for a more consistent presence from skilled officers. There's a misconception that this plan only benefits downtown, but the Brat team's patrol area will extend beyond Main Street to include Flat Street, Elliott Street, Arch Street, the park, the co-op, the museum, and the library, all areas that frequently require police responses. Chief Hardy believes that Brat's visibility will help reduce calls to these areas simply by their presence. The addition of 3 officers will allow Brat to patrol day and evening shifts 7 days a week. This will free up the other officers to focus on traffic control, patrolling other parts of town, and addressing crime along Putney Road, including at local motels. It will also help combat serious issues like drug dealing and human trafficking, which cause significant harm in our community. Chief Hardy's plan to fully staff the department will allow the return to 3 shifts townwide, which will help address burglaries, car break-ins, and late-night incidents such as fights outside bars. She pointed out to me that public intoxication, assaults, and health hazards are becoming worse due to limited accountability and challenges within the court system. If the resources aren't approved in this budget, the department would have to let promising police academy recruits go, which would delay progress by almost 2 years due to recruitment and training timelines. Despite Brattleboro receiving applications, other departments across the state are running aggressive hiring campaigns, making competition for qualified candidates tough. If only some of the positions are approved, the plan would have to be adjusted, but this would reduce coverage, slow response times, and limit the department's ability to address issues effectively. Chief Hardy emphasized that the Select Board asked the PD to address these problems, and this plan was carefully designed to do so. Without the necessary tools and resources, the department cannot deliver the solutions the town expects. In an interesting parallel, while the Downtown Safety Action Plan is costing about $600,000 in the FY26 budget, we're projecting we will spend just slightly more than that in direct municipal costs for the state's motel program. The people the state brings into the motel program cost the town taxpayers directly and indirectly, and there's no state support to help that out. Under direct costs, if there are 200 people in that program in FY26, slightly less than there are this year, at least $691,000 of Brattleboro property taxpayer dollars and lost revenues will go to support emergency response costs to the 6 motels in that program and the local rooms and meals tax that we lose from that program. Indirect costs are harder to quantify, but if you look at the top 20 individuals who are causing 16% of police department calls, that's an estimated cost of $775,000 in the FY26 budget. Efforts like One Brattleboro, the Situation Table, and the work of many of the nonprofits and social service organizations in town are trying to help these 20 individuals and others, which will hopefully lead to less of a demand on the town's resources over time. But combined between the motel program and the top 20, this is costing Brattleboro $1.5 million a year in services that could be going to other things like lower taxes. The second policy question is, do you sacrifice everyday town services to absorb the impact of programs like these? This FY26 budget says no. It maintains the quality of life while not losing the town services that families, working people, and everyday people appreciate about Brattleboro. People want town services like trash, recycling, and compost collection. They want a 56-hour-a-week library, probably more. They want rapid and responsive emergency medical services. They want good parks and recreation services. And they want good communication from the town about all these and other benefits and everything that's going on in town. Transparency is something people demand every time we meet, more and more and more, and that's about communication. Solid waste is the biggest change this year in this budget, a $520,000 increase to the entire tax base that would cost households otherwise $1.4 million or more collectively if they went it on their own. So without the leverage of a town-wide contract, people would be paying something more on the order of $320 a year to get rid of their trash, whereas with what's in the budget, which is a tax rate increase, it's going to cost them only $126 per household. If you back out the increases in the budget for the Downtown Safety Action Plan, the solid waste program, and just the increase in the human services budget, that the total of those would have the budget only going up 5.3%, which is consistent with what we're seeing in many other towns in Vermont that are elsewhere, that they're seeing increases like 4.8 to 6.2 to 9.5% range in towns like Bennington, Montpelier, Essex, and Williston. So this 5.3% increase is primarily a result of negotiated collective bargaining contracts that were fair and started to bring our town salaries in line with competitive wages in our state and in our region. Which gets me to the final point I want to share, and that is that the professionalism and morale of the town workforce is the key to upholding and delivering the Brattleboro that people want. Municipal employees across all departments are facing increasingly complex and emotionally taxing challenges as they carry out their duties, often in difficult and high-pressure situations. Staff regularly deal with individuals who escalate minor issues into major conflicts, including aggressive behavior and harassment. Examples include public campaigns against employees, verbal and physical threats during routine interactions, and being cornered or pressured by the public. Safety concerns are constant, particularly in public spaces such as parks, libraries, and town facilities. Employees administer Narcan to individuals experiencing overdoses, sometimes multiple times a week. They manage unsafe restroom conditions caused by drug activity and clean up hazardous materials like needles and human waste. These situations disrupt daily operations and create an environment of hypervigilance. The emotional toll of assisting individuals experiencing severe mental health crises, homelessness, and substance use is compounded by increasing hostility and entitlement from people across socioeconomic backgrounds. Municipal employees are frequently tasked with de-escalating heated conflicts around zoning violations, regulations, access to services, all while striving to maintain professionalism and public safety. For law enforcement, these challenges include verbal and physical attacks, constant public scrutiny, and the fear of legal or reputational consequences of performing their duties. Officers face the stress of handling violent encounters, witnessing deaths, investigating crimes against children, all while being responsible for the safety of their colleagues and the community as a whole. Negative public sentiment and harassment, such as being videotaped while performing their duties and subjected to derogatory chants, take a cumulative toll on morale and well-being. Public works employees face similar physical and emotional risks, particularly when dealing with hazardous materials, whether cleaning up abandoned encampments, cleaning up needles in the parks, or discovering hidden dangers like needles buried in flower pots downtown. Their work carries the constant threat of exposure to unknown risks. Fire department staff encounter many of the same challenges, with mental health crises and homelessness being among the most frequent and taxing issues. These incidents have risen dramatically, and employees are often exposed to difficult behavior multiple times a day, leading to significant stress and emotional distress. Across all departments, frequency and intensity of these incidents are causing considerable strain. Despite this, municipal employees remain committed to their responsibilities, prioritizing public safety and service under increasingly difficult circumstances. And with a shrinking workforce, particularly pronounced in Vermont due to an aging population and a lack of affordable housing, employers have to prioritize retaining staff. The town is no exception. It's short-sighted and unsustainable to mistreat employees, to undervalue their contributions, take them for granted, or burden them with overwhelming workloads and difficult public demands while perpetually threatening their job security. This approach risks hollowing out municipal government, creating a crisis that will be extremely costly and difficult to address in an increasingly competitive job market. By the time the impact is fully realized, the damage will be irreversible without extremely significant tax increases, leaving the town to grapple with the serious consequences of what was lost from the failure to value its workforce. So this budget is about policies and priorities. It's about making smart choices for Brattleboro, maintaining quality of life in the face of disorder in our community, while not losing the town services that families and people, working people and everyday folks appreciate about Brattleboro. We have a possible motion for the board to consider tonight to approve this budget or answer questions or guide us however else you may choose.
Great. Thank you, John. Appreciate that. It's good to hear your perspective from the staff point of view, and I think it's important now that we hear from what the board has to say. So, board, you've spent several meetings wrestling with this budget. The community has given you plenty of feedback. In our last meeting, we said that this was the budget that we were going to proceed with, and so really what I'm looking for is to know whether anything has changed or whether you wish to proceed with this budget as it is currently presented. Okay, I'm going to say silence is we're happy to proceed. Franz?
Please don't say that.
Please say something then.
So, okay. I was going to let some others speak, but obviously that's not happening. So, I've spent most of the past 2 weeks thinking about this, and before that as well. Let me say that the presentation that John just made is both convincing and troubling, and is an important ingredient in thinking about the questions of the budget and the town operations. I will say, though, that I wish I had heard that quite some time ago. Now, maybe others on the board did. Maybe I did and just was too thick to absorb it. But, you know, the whole time that we've been going through this budget, certainly, you know, since September, when we first authorized the Downtown Safety Action Plan, I've been trying to come up with convincing reasons to think either way, that what we're doing makes sense or that what we're doing is in some ways unnecessary or over the top or something like that. In that frame of sort of my own feeling that I didn't have the necessary information, it's been very hard for me to come to a conclusion about just the very simple yes or no vote on this budget. There's a lot of things in the budget that I like. There's even things in the budget that I thought I didn't like, and it turns out I do. So I've been going through a process that has resolved some of the issues that I've been wondering about, but not all of them. In particular, the thing that remains the most troubling to me at this point is the future implications of this budget. And this came up at our last meeting, and at least by implication at previous meetings. And so far, we have pretty resolutely decided we're not going to worry about that. That's for next year's select board or next year's population. It's for somebody other than us to be concerned with what this budget and in particular the changes that we made in order to try to control the tax rate mean for the town. Now, one of the things that I have learned in this process is that people really don't like it when their taxes go up. And that's understandable. But we reacted to that right from the start as, well, then we can't raise the taxes as much as was originally proposed. I think a completely honest perspective on the needs of the town and the budget would be, we need the whole 22%. Not only do we need that, but we need the additional money to repair the hole we put in our unassigned fund balance to pay for the FY25 budget to absorb the Downtown Safety Action Plan. So, to me, there's been a failure to recognize not only the level of spending, what it really is, but the damage that could do to future budgets in the town. And the fact that we really haven't talked about how do we, what's our acceptable level of budgetary reserves in the general fund. There was a town policy for a number of years that it should be at 10%. Well, right now we're down around 5%. Is that good enough? I don't know. We haven't talked about it. If it is good enough for now, what's our plan in the future? Are we going to keep it there? Are we going to change it? These have important implications for the town. In addition, when making adjustments to try to lower the tax rate, I think we have used one-time sources of money to do that, things that will be less available in the future, either for routine spending or for emergency spending. And, you know, we've depleted a bunch of town funds in order to pay for our current spending. And as I say, you can make an argument that all that is necessary spending. It's a perfectly philosophically reasonable argument. But I don't think we've done the work that we needed to do to really look at all the alternatives and to look at what the implications are for the future in the matter of town finances and the town budget. The budget is, after all, the principal, most important thing we do every year. And as I go over this again and again and again, I keep returning to the fact that there are just too many unknowns, too many question marks, and that we should have taken a different approach in thinking about and talking about these budgetary matters over the past, call it 3 months, call it 12 months, but I think we need to do better.
Okay, so let me just ask you, are there alternatives that you'd like the board to consider tonight? This budget is not a done deal. So is there something you'd like us to consider tonight?
There isn't. I think that making those changes really takes consultation and time. It's not something that I feel I'm able to even put forward based on my own thinking.
Okay.
That it would have taken a much longer effort to come up with those alternatives. I asked for those alternatives. I was you know, we said we were gonna have time for those things, and it never happened.
Okay, all right. Richard?
Well, my perspective, when I see the budget, it's something that, it's sort of like a living organism. It keeps moving and evolving, and the process, the budget process, doesn't have an end point. I mean, we could go on for 12 years on this budget and keep modifying it and taking in input. And so what I see our role is to figure out when to stop doing that. It's not, we just, I don't want to be too crude, so I won't say that. But we have to say, okay, this is, we've done as much as we can. We've taken in information from as many different perspectives as we can. And sure, we could keep going and make it better, perhaps. We could refine everything. We could make it, tweak it. But I think looking at the timeline that we're dealing with and looking at the amount of work that we've done already, I feel comfortable that if we said tonight, this is the budget that we want to present to the RTM, that I'm good with that.
Okay.
So that's just perspective that
Yeah. And I would say it does have an endpoint. Like, we do need to have a budget to send to RTM. We do need RTM to make a decision, and we will need a budget in place by July 1. Liz?
Thank you, Daniel. I very much appreciate John Potter's remarks. I don't think that you could go downtown or to the library or witness what's happening in our town without understanding the impact of really the crisis that the public brought to us this summer. And I think that the police response, I welcome it. I'm grateful for Chief Hardy's leadership, and I think that we need to embrace the downtown safety plan. And it's not just for downtown, it's for all of the town, because having a dedicated downtown squad allows the police to serve the rest of our community. We have reduced a considerable amount of the budget from when it was first presented, and I appreciate the staff doing that work. But again, we just need to understand that the call volume for our police department has gone up 23% since 2019. And when Chief Hardy came to Brattleboro, we had 13 officers. And so we need to pay for that. And we need trash removal. And we had a sweetheart deal with the previous vendor that we no longer have access to. So these items require an increase of the average assessed property of approximately $300. I'm good with this budget. I want to go forward with this budget. And I think it's also imperative that we have a robust discussion between now and RTM and at RTM about the level of charitable giving in this community. It's outside of the norm of other municipalities. And in general, we need to understand what is a municipal responsibility and what is not a municipal responsibility. And so I feel that this is a budget that reflects our core municipal responsibilities and values.
Okay, thank you. Peter?
Sure. I just want to thank John for putting that together. It's compelling, it's important information. I can go on and repeat and give everybody else accolades up here for things that I would have said if I had spoken first. So I will spare us all that, but I'm in support of the budget as we have presented it, and I think we should try and pass that tonight.
Okay, thank you. Let's hear from the public. Members of the public who wish to comment on the general fund budget that we've proposed. Ms. Manukin.
Abby Manukin, District 8. I am not a fan of this budget, and I want to say that there's so much to respond to. I'm just going to focus on one thing. There was a presentation about calls to the police sometime last year by a data professional. I want to say Joy was in her name, but I don't remember her name now. She was, she presented about calls to the police and said that a large number of calls to the police are for non-criminal activity. A large number of calls to the police are for non-criminal activity. People are calling the police because they literally have no one else to call. And they're responding to an increase in calls to the police by hiring more police and having them do additional jobs that are not actually, they are not the best suited for, feels really irresponsible for this town.
Okay, thank you. Other members of the public who wish to comment on the budget? Ms. Del Priori, right? Come on, help me out.
Mary Del Priori.
Del Priori,
District
yeah.
8.
I'm pretty
And I
close.
just wanted to respond. I mean, everything that you said sounded, great, but when you were talking about burdensome, I just wanted to let you know a little figure here. For the town of Brattleboro, if you were to take medium household income and compare it with the medium tax bill and medium taxpayers' cost for their house, the amount of money we're spending on our houses is at 46.2%. 46.2% of the average Brattleboro resident is going to their housing. That's a comparison with other healthier economies where you come in around the 30% range. This is without your 22% or 12% raise on us. So if you're getting feedback, that's why. It's burdensome. And you're talking about the burdens, on the municipal staff. We love the municipal staff. And we love what they do and we appreciate it. But we're also being burdened as well. So as you go forth, I would like to see you have some sensitivity to that. I haven't witnessed it myself during this process. It seemed like you, rather than looking at the budget and bringing it down to what other municipalities are doing, which is keeping it under 5%, you are happy to find another way to charge us something. Like, we're already paying for all these taxes. If you could find another way to slap another fee on us, it gave you joy, like the PATE system, coming back. So, there's a reality. There's a reality why people are speaking out, why they're here, and we're burdened too. So when I say that in terms of this budget, I'm not happy with it. I wish that there was better work done looking at really reducing it instead of just moving shelves.
Thanks, Mary. Liz?
I just want to mention that some of the items that Mary brought up resonate with me and my goal in the new year to advance revenue sharing with the state and to fully understand the way that the Brattleboro taxpayers are being burdened and why they're being burdened with state initiatives and state action. And we want to band together with like-burdened towns in Vermont and to understand the complexity of our burden, as John Potter just brought out. But there's also other things, like the fact that we are a working-class community, a poor community, and unable to pay, the taxes that the state demands that we provide, the services that we provide. And so that's something that I really want to work on in the new year, and your comments add to help with that.
Thanks. Other members of the public who wish to speak? Ms. O'Connor? And then I will remember that there are a bunch of people on Zoom. Sorry.
Kate O'Connor, Brattleboro. And nothing I'm going to say is going to surprise you because I've been saying it since November 5th when you put this budget out. This budget is unfair to the taxpayers, and it's unfair to everybody in our community. 12.1% is an unacceptable tax increase. Saying that it's only $321 extra on the low end, it isn't acceptable. The way you folks have gone about putting this budget together is unacceptable. I have sat here and been so upset, and now I'm just kind of thinking we're doomed. If you folks think that this is a financially responsible budget, and the town manager wrote in his memo that we're financially stable with this budget. We're not. You folks have done things that are going to hurt us in the immediate and then in the future. You spent $650,000 out of the unassigned fund balance without even knowing what is in the unassigned fund balance. You added $850,000 to the FY26 budget before you even saw the FY26 budget. You have been spending down special funds for purposes that they're not intended for. You're using one-time funds to pay for reoccurring expenses like salaries. That is totally financially irresponsible. And I agree with Franz. You need to think about what's happening in the future, because you're going to not only put a huge burden on the people in our community. Remember, lots of people only got a 2.5% salary increase this year. You know, so what you're doing is immediately hurting the taxpayers, and you're putting us down a road like of financial doom and gloom. And I sat there the other night and I thought of this. You don't understand what you're doing now, which means you're going to repeat it for FY27. Where are we going to be? And I'm looking forward to the discussion we're going to have on Article 12 that deals with the fund balance. Because, you know, Franz is right. I actually am surprised. I think it's lower, just based on what you said. I'm going to be interested. Because you're spending stuff down. We don't even know what you're spending, what's in those funds left, because you haven't asked and we haven't been told. So I just really, 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 I know you're going to vote for this, but I think it's totally irresponsible. And I hope, you know, that someday you'll see the light, because you can't run from or hide from the financial impacts of what you're doing. And I think the town audit speaks to that. And that's why I really wish that you would talk about the town audit on February 2nd, so that all of us can see what we are facing, because it's not good. And I really hope that you'll have some empathy for the taxpayers of this community now and in the future. So thank you.
Thanks, Kate. Let's go to Zoom. Marta, please.
Questions. Just based on, oh, sorry, Marta Gossage, District 9. Based on the numbers that John Potter read off regarding costs for the motel program, I have two questions. And one is, wasn't there a program by which motel property owners would reimburse the police department for the cost of calls on their property? Did that ever happen? Was that a thing?
Nope.
Oh, do you know other?
Could hear both the questions.
Sorry?
We could hear both of the questions, and then I'll see if we can get a response.
Oh, and the other one was about when we budget for, say, police officers who aren't positions that aren't filled, we still tax on that amount. And then from what I understand, any position that isn't filled at the end of the year, the budgeted amount goes into the general fund balance. My question was because I was wondering how many years have we had unfilled positions, and how many years have we been paid the tax for them, and then had it go into the general fund rather than have all the full positions and it's as we were being taxed.
Thanks, Martha. John, are you able to speak to either of those or both?
Yeah, I mean, so One of the things that the select board did this fall was pass an ordinance that would have allowed the town to recover some funds from the motels. That ordinance was overridden at a special representative town meeting, so there is no way for the town to recoup some of the costs, this really high expense that it's costing us to respond to those 6 motels. The second question was,
How long have we had unfilled positions in the police department that we were taxing for and then, you know?
that was sort of before my time, but I think that it was a number of years that, as Liz McLaughlin mentioned, that we were down around 13 or so police officers when we were budgeting for more like 27 or so, something like that.
Yeah.
And so that delta was going to fund balance for many years and just ballooning that. And so people were getting taxed for that budgeted amount when it wasn't used. It was just rolled over into the next year.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, John. And I mean, I can say, like, taking some responsibility for that, like, in all of the budgets that I've been involved in the past 6 years, I don't think we've ever had a fully staffed police department during that time.
That's true, but I
Yeah.
think the effort to create those positions, to look for those, was ongoing.
Yes, I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's hear from Sharon Phone.
I think that's really her last name.
I don't know. Maybe not. Hello. Would you mind introducing yourself? You just need to unmute.
Sharon Jeffrey, District 8. Hello, good evening. I just want to comment on the Article 10, I believe the charitable contributions, basically the human services appropriation. I think this year it's at about 461,000. And, you know, I think that we all have nonprofits, we all have organizations we like to contribute to, but I just don't see that it is the town's function to take our tax dollars and determine how to allocate those to independent nonprofits.
For 1 second. So
Sure.
we're proposing has funding for human services organizations in it. I think maybe the question that you're kind of talking about is more appropriate for our next item, which will be about the warning. And there are some questions about whether we want to have different questions for RTM and for the whole town to consider in relation to human services funding.
I would. I think it goes to both. The budget that you guys are proposing has it in there. And I think it would go perhaps to an alternate warning. I know there's one for half of it, to, half the budget for that. I would like to ask that there be another warning alternate for 0% at this point. It just.
I think we're bleeding into the next item, but I think your point about the budget is heard. Thank you. Let's go to Jane and then let's come back to the room for a couple. Hi there.
Hello. Hi. I'm Jane Baker, District 8. I'm actually just seconding the comment on nonprofit donations. I firmly believe that it is not the town's job to decide what nonprofits to donate to. That is a personal choice. And like Sharon was saying, I donate to the Muscular Dystrophy Association, Pediatric Oncology, things that mean a lot to me. And if you were to not decide for me where that money goes, I would have more money to donate to the places that I choose to. And I would choose to donate to many of the places that you are but others I would have to look into and find out what they're about. But I really feel like the town is taking on way too much, to the point where the only place to go in Vermont, if you need services, is here. And my fear is that we can either help a lot of people a great deal, or we're going to end up helping nobody at all because we are going to go broke. That's my thought on that. It's that it should be a person's choice what they donate to. That's why nonprofits have development coordinators.
Thanks, Jane. Let's come back to the room. Mr. DeGray.
Mr. DeGray, I'm from number 8.
Use that coach's voice.
John, that was a great narrative. The sky is falling, the sky is falling. I'm glad so many people got here this evening because of all the crime that's going on outside, and you probably put your lives in jeopardy coming to this meeting. You know, I've been in this town for a long time, and I remember when we had 27 officers, and I remember the coverage that we had. We had 3 shifts. So when I hear that we need 30 officers to now provide a 3rd shift, I scratch my head. You know, the question about the officers that were in the budget and we only had 13 or 14 or 15 created a lot of surplus, and that's called unassigned fund balance after the audit's done. And when you look at this year's audit, you will find that there was no surplus revenues. But nobody ever wondered why and questioned where was all that money coming from. No one said, how do we get all of this large unassigned fund balance? Kate is correct. A few of the other speakers are correct. You know, I hate it when somebody says it's only going to go up $321 or $350. And maybe there's a lot of people in this room, well, that's not a lot of money. But I know a lot of people in this community where that is a lot of money. I said at one of these meetings, because I haven't missed any of the budget meetings, is that there are a lot of people that are property rich and pocket poor. And not everybody in town is living in a $183,000 home. There's a lot of people that have homes in this community because they certainly have been here long enough and that they have certainly risen in value, but their income hasn't risen with the value of that property. And I can tell you all, and when this assessment hits our town, you're going to feel the real reality of what's been happening since COVID and the property values in our community. I am really disappointed that you're coming forward with a 12% budget. You know, there's going to be a large layoff at CNS coming up. I don't know how many of those people are Brattleboro residents because they haven't given any information about where these people are coming from. But I'm sure maybe 1 or 2, who knows. But they're going to end up having to make sacrifices. They're going to be going from jobs that are quite lucrative. It's a great place to work, but you work hard for your money. And they're going to have to make adjustments. And yet, we do a budget, and we're not asking people to make adjustments to get into a lower tax rate. And that's really disappointing to me, because I'm sure that people would be willing to give up things so that their tax rate wouldn't be high. And the one example I would give you, and not singling them out, was the library. John said people would want that 56-hour library. There's people that are always going to want something. We're never going to get 100%. But until you start making the cuts to lower the tax rate, this budget is certainly unacceptable. I said the town lost when you approved this budget, and I still believe that, regardless of what John says. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Other members of the public who wish to speak about the budget? Yep.
Hey, my name's Ray. I'm in District 8. I just wanted to comment. Oh, sorry. I just wanted to comment on the fact that I feel like the narrative that John Potter presented tonight feels very heavily portraying like a particular view of like some people around town, and I don't think it actually represents what a lot of other people might be like, my community, my Brattleboro, my town, like what I want my town to feel like, yada yada. Like I used a lot of subjective references to things, ideological, philosophical, as Franz said, like kind of descriptions of what people want to feel when they go downtown and what they want to see and what they want to pay for. And I just don't think that actually represents like the feedback you've been getting from people in town. There's been like a lot of different voices coming and expressing what they want town to feel like, and I don't think you've actually really taken that into account in this synopsis. I also think that like to battle this back and forth of like, well, it's not actually about homeless people. That's not why we're making this ordinance, this community conduct thing, this safety budget increase. Like, there was a lot of very contradictory statements made through the past 6 months that like lead one to like not really trust any of the decisions that you're making right now as to like how this increases like our taxes and affects not only homeowners but also renters who pay their landlord's tax increases. Like, I've already, as a renter in Brattleboro for many years, had to pay increases in my rent because of taxes increasing, because of insurance increasing, because of ... You know, it just doesn't actually stop when it trickles into everyone's lives, regardless of whether you can hold equity or not in this community. And the last piece I wanted to speak to is that if there's only 20 people that are like the main implicators in this whole situation, oh damn, I'm losing my train of thought. It feels like a messy trap where it's like all these different contradicting statements keep coming across, and it's not about this, but it's not about that, but somehow we're prioritizing a lot of money being spent in ways that feels vastly irresponsible, but it's maybe not actually going to solve any of these safety issues, and maybe not going to like really lead to the solutions we want, which I think everybody would love to see, like cleaner streets, people with access to housing, people with access to human resources, like not only the 20 people that are in these motel programs that are violent offenders or so to speak, you know. I think that there's like a lot of people who benefit from social services that also benefit youth, that benefit families, that many people have mental health crises, many people have, you know, like these populations of people being served in our community through the human services aspect of our budget are not like a drain to our community. They're actually like people who are like really valuable to this place that we live in, and they deserve to like be supported and imagine community building together. And those supports are what help this poor working class community, as you spoke to, Liz. That's what helps them participate in this place and feel welcome here. And if you don't keep those budget places like in check for like people to have access and to be supported, then they're not going to keep showing up, and they're not going to be able to live here anymore. And it's only going to be Airbnbs and people who can afford an extra $300 to $500 a year in taxes. That's just, I don't know.
Thank you. Other members of the public who wish to speak on the budget? Jackie, and then we'll go back to Zoom for a little bit.
I'm Jackie Reese from District 9. So I just have a couple of things that I've written down as I'm listening. One is all of the service providers that are in town have phone numbers. Anybody can call them. People call the police because they trust the police, because they know that the police will come and help. They may not call the service providers because they don't want to, for whatever reason. If they're not calling them for their services, and if they're not calling them because what they need is the kind of protection and assistance that the police give, that's the reason. I mean, so there are a lot of calls that are made to the police. The second thing is, I know many people in town. I have talked to a lot of people in town who reflect the kind of things that you're talking about, John. I disagree that there is an equal number or a greater number of people who don't agree with you and the scenario that you've laid out. Not people that I've talked to. And I've been here for 23 years, so I talk to my neighbors, I talk to other people. A lot of people in town reflect the scenario that you've laid out. No budget can afford to give to charity or to charitable organizations more than they have. If you're down to your last $500,000, or if that's going to put you out of, your budget, $400, we'll put it into a personal level. Nobody's budget can give more to charity than it can afford. And that's all that there is. I mean, the fact that I give part of my money, if people call me up on the phone and ask me to give to their charity organization, I don't do it over the phone. I know who I want to give it to. I'm giving you that kind of money in my taxes. I don't know who you're going to give it to. I can look at the budget, but I have no control over that. I only have control knowing where my money's going to, and I can only give what I can afford, which is especially important considering that the increase in housing costs it's across the board. Everybody's having an increase in housing costs, not just here. It's not just the budget that you've passed or you're trying to pass. That's not it. It's across the board. Everybody's having those problems, including the people who work for this town and give their services. They need the same thing that we do, which is support, financial support, and the kind of financial support that's going to keep them in this town doing the services that they do. I find that the services that this town provides for me to be very good. My trash gets picked up. If it doesn't get picked up, I call the town and they say, well, send them out in this afternoon. Just leave it out there. Maybe we'll get it to tomorrow. That's a responsive town. I come from New York City. I knew nothing about my local politics. I was lucky if I knew who the mayor was. I know every one of you. I've seen every one of you on the street. I've talked to every one of you. I know half the people that work in this building. These are my people. And these are the people that I choose to give my money to and to support them.
Thanks, Jackie.
Thank you for all that you do.
Appreciate it. Let's go back to Zoom. I think Adam.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Could you just introduce yourself?
I'm good. I'm from London, and I'm here. It's my first time on this here, so I'm here. What you're talking about, so that's why.
Cool. Thanks. Okay. Let's go to Bob.
Yeah.
Bob Ozer from District 9, closer. This is a question occurred to me the other day, and I know it's an old question, but I thought I'd ask it. Maybe there's an answer. When y'all sent out the RFP for trash, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was only for one vendor to service the entire town, correct? Why not send out an RFP that says for multiple vendors in order that the town is completely covered, as opposed to just require one vendor? Thanks.
Thanks, Bob. Kind of old. I prefer to try and answer questions when we can. You know, it's not super germane, but we don't need to be so rigid. John, could you refresh our memory about that RFP? I can tell you that it went out in February.
Yep, it
which
did.
is almost a year ago.
Yes, and it was actually a request for qualifications. So it didn't prescribe what service we wanted. It said who would be interested in providing any or all trash and recycling and compost service to the town. We got one party that responded and was interested. We went ahead and spoke with some of the smaller vendors to, before the closing on that, to explore the possibility that I think Bob is suggesting here, and nobody was interested.
Yeah, thanks, John. Okay, let's go to Emmett.
Hi, my name's Emmett. I live and grew up in Newfane, but do all my shopping and socializing in Brattleboro. I'm also a vendor at the Brattleboro Farmers Market. Yeah, I kind of wanted to re-emphasize what Abby said about the select board meeting back in September. The person who gave that report said that a huge number of the calls are for things that are not crimes, and would instead benefit from access to social services, and there isn't sufficient cross collaboration going on. So it sort of seems like, right now it's kind of proven that the influx of calls that the police are receiving would not be addressed by having more police officers on the ground. So it doesn't really seem to make sense to be throwing money at a solution that's proven to not work. Additionally, I'm pretty sure there's $10 million of state funds available as of April of 2024 for emergency shelters. If somebody could speak to why that hasn't been tapped into. Thank you.
Thanks, Emmett. I'm going to go back on my previous statement where I said we'd try and answer all questions where possible. I think what you're speaking to about that $10 million of state funding, at the very beginning of the meeting, I kind of briefly mentioned that the town is working with multiple partners, including the state, on increasing our emergency shelter capacity. And at this time, I don't think there's a lot more I can say about that. In terms of those calls, I mean, we saw that same presentation, and I think it's worth. I hear the point. The point is calls to the police department are not always crimes. That doesn't mean that a police response isn't useful. I think there's an assumption there that wow, what happened was garbage, and we have a department that is responsive to calls of all types and is trained to respond to calls of all types. We also have good, robust partnerships with local social service providers. We have embedded mental health social workers from HCRS, and the BRAT team will expand our capacity and capability to respond in different ways. Now, whether that is moving us towards a situation where we could imagine, say, the level of funding that we see for a police department going to another entity is a whole other question. We're not in that universe yet, and maybe in several years, maybe we move closer to that. I think that the work that we did around community safety in the last several years, I think that we missed some opportunities there. And the way in which we spent the community safety funds at the beginning of this year also was missing some opportunities. And I remember why we did it. And it was urgent spending that was addressing safety concerns in Brattleboro around the transportation center. And it was unfortunate, but that's kind of the cards we were dealt. And so, I just want to kind of name that, not every call that the police department responds to is a crime, but that doesn't mean that the police department response is not helpful. And so with that, I think I'll draw public comment to a close for now, because we're starting to see hands that have already spoken on this issue. Ma'am, would you like to? I don't know your name, I'm sorry.
Melissa. Melissa Swim, I'm District 8.
Hi, Melissa.
I've lived in District 8 pretty much my whole life. I went to school here, all through high school, elementary school, and junior high school.
Would you speak up just a
Sorry.
little bit? Thank you.
I just want to, I don't really have any questions. I wanted to thank John for his presentation. I feel like I almost wish we'd heard that presentation a couple of meetings ago, because I think what you said had to be said. I guess the one question I would have is, my understanding is that the social services budget gets discussed at RTM, correct? And that is something though that is in the budget that you're talking about now. I would just also like to voice support for Chief Hardy and everything that she's done, and that increase, I think, living in Brattleboro and having lived here as long as I have, I think is needed. I don't feel safe. I work near downtown. I worked in downtown, right downtown for 5 years. I understand that the police are not necessary in every situation, but to continue to act as though we're blowing an issue up, that has gotten out of control. In the name of compassion, I'm not a discompassionate person. I feel like safety is the most important part of a municipal budget, safety and taking care of our physical roads, things of that nature, and that's where our focus should be.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your work, and thank you very much, John.
Okay. All right, so now we have a flurry of hands. Let's go to Christina, then Spencer, then Isaac.
Hi, Christina Chayanya, District 8. I am also an RTM member, and I am on the RTM Finance Committee, but I am speaking as a solo person right now. The Finance Committee has given you their advisement, and you have chosen to ignore their advisement. And I just wanted to get up tonight and say that just listening to all of these budget conversations in the select board meetings and then hearing all of your responses in the select board meetings, it is really hard to reconcile the stark differences between how you guys feel about the budget and how everyone else, not everyone, sorry, most everyone else feels about the budget. And that's a really good indication that the budget will not be approved at RTM. And I hear from a lot of RTM members, I hear from the RTM Finance Committee that they do not approve of the budget. And so I'm just wanted to stand up and say that's a really good indication that we will be back here after RTM, and you will just have to sit down and maybe consider the advisement again. And it also came up in the Finance Committee that this is kind of ahead of schedule for you to approve a meeting at this date. And there is time to slow down. And I think this is one of those things, if you will get there faster if you take it slow, because if you just speed up and ignore all of the dissent to your approved budget, you will just have to come back and redo it. And I also just wanted to say, as a parent of a 3- and 5-year-old, I could not possibly function in society without help from those services that you guys are calling charity. They're not charity. They're just how working families can help provide you your Dunkin' Donuts coffee in the morning, because those aren't living salaries. So it's really not charity. Like, if you want to have a Dunkin' Donuts to go to on either side of the town at the crack of dawn on your way to work, then you have to provide some, what is it called when you give a little money to people who don't.
Subsidy?
You have to subsidize. Yes, you have to subsidize those working class people who don't make enough money to actually survive here. So it really doesn't, it's not just like scoliosis that we're paying for. You know, it's actual essential basic needs of working families. Thanks.
Thanks, Christina. Spencer?
Hey, I'm Spencer Crisp. I live in District 7, and like the social. I talked to 2 social workers today, and they're really working very hard. They're doing a good job. Everybody, this is huge challenges for everyone. You all have tons of challenges. The police have tons of challenges. The social workers have tons of challenges, and like people, I really think people have their hearts in the right place, and they're just trying to do their best here. It's not going to be perfect. Life isn't perfect. Perfect doesn't exist. It's never going to be. So, I want to thank you for listening and for what you all have done for the town, and I feel like you all do listen and are accessible. I think, your presentation, Mr. Potter, of what's going on, it wasn't perfect, but I agreed with it. I thought it was good. I thought it was a pretty good encapsulation of what's going on in town. And I just want to say that when it comes to public safety, that is definitely a paramount municipal function, public safety. And if we don't have public safety, then taxes are the least of our problems, because in a sense, you don't have a town. If people don't want to shop here, if people don't want to live here, if people don't want to go on the streets, if people don't want to raise their families or put their kids through school here, then you don't have a town. And so public safety must be of paramount importance, and so I fully support adding the police and what you have in the budget for the Brat team and for the satellite office. I think that is imperative. I think that's the top priority. Not that other things aren't priority. Not that things are perfect. Perfect isn't going to happen. We're all dealing with super thorny issues, just trying to get through stuff as best as we can. But I want to thank you, and you all go through a lot. You all take a lot, and you all work really hard. And but I appreciate the listening and what you do for our community, because it ain't easy. Thank you.
Thanks, Spencer. Isaac?
Isaac Evans France, and I also appreciate the work that the 6 of you and the folks in our town government have been doing on this budget. I'm going to read something briefly. That's the resolution for the statement from the Finance Committee.
Oh, Jesus.
It says the Finance Committee is concerned that the Select Board was unwilling to consider staff cuts during its December 17th discussion for reducing the FY26 budget, relying instead on cuts to services and deferrals to FY27. The Finance Committee calls upon the Select Board to instruct the Town Manager to present to the Select Board a list of potential staff cuts to consider for FY26 at its next meeting. We recognize that the concept of staff cuts is painful, but we believe that considering it is an essential part of the responsible management of the town. So the first question I have, Daniel, is was that provided? Was the Select Board provided with a list of potential staff cuts to consider for the FY26 budget at the meeting following this statement being read here?
If you want to ask all of your questions.
Okay. Well, the second part of this statement is that the Finance Committee is also deeply concerned about the lack of a long-term financial plan. In the interim, we call upon the Select Board to identify cuts and deferrals made during its December 17th meeting that are anticipated to reappear in the FY27 budget. We would like to see this list before the FY26 budget is approved. Ideally, a pro forma budget for FY27 should be included while the FY26 budget is being considered. And so the question is, was that list provided before this budget, before now? And if so, could that be shared with the people in this room and on Zoom? And finally, has a pro forma budget for FY27 been included in discussion of the FY26 budget, given the implication of this budget on next year's budget? Those are the questions. And I understand that this statement was passed unanimously by the people who were present at that meeting, of the Finance Committee. Thank you.
Thanks, Isaac. I'll answer it. So that was a statement that the board received, and it's not instruction. It's, a request, and the board considered it, and the board made a decision in public about what they wanted to do with this budget. and the board chose not to go in that direction. Now, whether that was politically wise or not will remain to be seen. Whether that will lead to the budget being passed or not will remain to be seen, but that is what this board chose to do. Thank you.
And in terms of the
Thank
second
you.
question?
I feel like all of your questions were,
No.
did the board get what that finance committee asked for? And the answer is the board did not choose to go in that direction.
Thank you. I'd urge the board to disapprove of the budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's see. Somebody who has not spoken on this topic.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I have a procedural question.
Great. I love a procedural question. It's my absolute favorite kind of question.
I know. You're going to
Franz,
miss me when
listen
I'm
hard.
gone, or I'm going to miss you, one of the two. It's actually for the town attorney.
Okay, great. Even better.
And the town attorney and I have actually spoken about this, about a budget approval. The budget is an open-ended document until town meeting votes on it. And so I think I had said this back, and I saw Liz shaking her head no. And so I'm wondering why we're voting to approve this budget when in reality, I believe you could just put whatever you have there in the booklet that needs to get printed and still continue to have deliberations if you so feel about this budget. Because it's not a closed document until RTM votes on it. And so I think there's this misnomer that we've got to get this budget so we can get it finished, so we can get it to the printer. Changes can be made to this budget. Even if you approve it, changes can be made to this budget before it gets to RTM.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you can explain that to me, I would be, and hopefully that would.
Town Attorney
help other
Fisher,
people
you are
understand.
interrogated. I also have like a layperson's response to that as well.
Right. So procedurally, Mr. DeGray is correct in terms of you're voting on this budget for purposes of putting forward what the select board is recommending to representative town meeting, and for purposes of putting it in the town report so that everybody can see that, know what the select board's position is with regard to when you get to representative town meeting. Yes, Mr. DeGray is correct that at representative town meeting, there can be motions to increase or decrease the budget as the meeting will progress. We've seen motions to decrease, and then those fail, motions to increase. It can go up and down. So he is correct that it is not a final decision until there is a vote at representative town meeting, but for purposes of getting it to the town report, that's the purpose. Now, and obviously at select board meetings between now and middle of March, you can continue to discuss it, but what you will vote on is likely to be what your initial motion at representative town meeting for the budget will entail.
Great.
I hope that answers.
No, that's great. Thanks, Bob. All right, other members of the public with questions about this proposed budget? Yeah, I see people that have spoken before. I think we could go to Sarah's iPad maybe, and then it gets a little risky. Sarah, you are invited to join us.
Yeah, hi everyone. Sorry about that. Little trouble coming off mute. I'm Sarah Gagnon, District 8. And I just want to first say, John, thank you so much for what you said, what you read. I've been a resident here of Brattleboro for almost 30 years, and I've seen a lot of changes, and I think we're in a really tough spot right now. And I think, I just really liked what you said. And I also listened earlier, I guess it was last year at this point, to that report on the crime and statistics that was presented. And I guess, correct me if I'm wrong, but there were a lot of calls that were of non-criminal nature, but I thought that had more to do with the fact that our police officers had used their discretion to not say it was a crime, right? Because they're very sensitive to not criminalizing all kinds of random behavior, right? That's what we want of them. We don't want them criminalizing poverty and homelessness and things like that. But sometimes they have to, right? Sometimes there are issues that rise to that occasion. And my understanding was that they were using their discretion and being lenient, and that they do, in fact, collaborate really well and very often with the social service groups in our town. But that brings me to another thing, which is, I believe towns need to prioritize essential services. Policing is one of them. Fire departments is another. Sanitation, garbage pickup, water, utilities, things like that. I personally do not believe that subsidizing human services is an essential service. I do contribute to services in town, to charities. I do that with, research and thinking about where I want my money to go. And I don't want the town giving my tax dollars to groups that, where I may not want it to be going. And I think there's a lot of people in town that feel that way. So that's another thing. Yeah, I think that's it. I really encourage RTM to pass this budget when it comes to them. I hope the select board approves the budget too. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thanks, Sarah. Let's hear from Steve, and then I'm going to come back to the room, and we will see what the board's pleasure is. Yes.
Can you hear me?
And yeah, welcome.
Great, thank you. Steve Peterson, District 7. I just wanted to reiterate as well that I have been talking to a lot of people in association with the run-up to elections and RTM elections, and the concern about not only the disproportionate spend that Brattleboro spends on human services compared to other towns that is completely out of alignment, but the heavy lifting that Brattleboro is already doing in many regards, and then the kind of the increased interest in spending more and more every year, asked of a town that's already carrying per resident much more water than anybody else in the county. And it just seems like it's becoming too much for on the shoulders of people who are already struggling in terms of the taxpayers. I also wanted to say that the last respondent commented that they don't want towns deciding how much to spend on human services, that they should decide themselves. Is it not some of the same human service people who are electing themselves to RTM and then deciding how much is going to be spent on their own colleagues and organizations' budgets? Isn't there a little bit of conflict of interest involved? And I think we need to really be honest and clear and transparent about that, because it's not acceptable. Those are my comments.
Thank you. All right, board, we've heard a lot of feedback. You've had a lot of consideration of this budget. Earlier on, it seemed like there was consensus that this was a budget that we were going to proceed with. Are you ready to make a motion and make a vote? Okay, Elizabeth looks like she's interested in making a motion.
I am. I move. Hold on. I move to approve the FY26 Select Board General Fund Budget and Capital Plan as presented.
Okay, thank you. Any final discussion on that? Franz?
I'd like to request a 10-minute recess to think about my vote.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
You haven't had like a lot of time to think just there?
I need a few quiet minutes.
Wow.
It's almost 8 o'clock.
Yeah, we're going to take a break anyway. So we'll take a little recess for 10 minutes. We'll come back at 8:05, and then we will conduct our business.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Started in,
I think they'd get along. Where's Richard?
Well, Richard, he's over there. Richard, you're needed over here to fulfill your civic duty. Okay, so we are coming back from our little recess, and there was a motion on the table to approve the FY26 Select Board General Fund Budget and Capital Plan as presented, and I had just asked the board whether there was any final questions or statements they wanted to make, and Franz, I'm going to leave it to you.
Thank you, Daniel. So I'll just be very brief, but I've expressed reservations about the budget and the budget process, and I think those considerations are important. But I've come to the conclusion that it's better for the town if this budget passes than if it doesn't. And that's my intention.
Okay, very good. Board, anything else you want to say? Okay, very well. So, Lord, I just forgot how to do this. Okay, so the motion is to approve the FY26 Select Board General Fund Budget and Capital Plan as presented. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. I know how to do it. It's muscle memory at this point. That's 5-0. Okay, you know, that, as Mr. DeGray points out, is not necessarily the end of it. There is a lot of discussion ahead of us at town meeting. I would ask that folks continue to be as engaged as they have been this evening. And I want to kind of just say that, like, for a full room on a topic that has got a lot of people feeling in quite different ways, I think that the way that we had that, you know, discussion was really great. So thank you. So we're going to move on to new business, and our first and only item of new business is the draft warning for annual town meeting, aka town meeting day, and representative town meeting, which is the thing we do on the third Saturday after the first Tuesday in March. So, John,
Yes,
we
well,
didn't talk about this one.
No, but this is really brief, so
Yeah.
to provide, this is for the board to provide feedback on the draft warning and article alternates for the town meeting, as you mentioned, and the RTM. Staff put together a memo on this with several we called them base warnings. They're the things that you always kind of do in there, and then at the end of the packet was a list of alternate ideas that had come to the attention of the staff. We're not recommending these, we're just throwing them out there as things that you may want to discuss to give us feedback so that you could come back on January 28th, likely, if the agenda committee wants to warn a meeting for the 28th, to consider warning the both the town meeting and the RTM. That would meet with your notice deadlines, compliance deadlines for getting those warnings out.
Right, we have a statutory requirement to do it within a certain number of days. Okay, thanks, John.
Yep.
So, board, I think I would like it to approach it like this. We'll talk about the March 4th warning first of all, then we'll talk about the annual representative town meeting warning, and then once we've dispatched those two things, we will consider these warning alternates. So, annual town meeting has 2 articles on it, and hey, our town attorney's in the room, that's great. You can help me out when I get it wrong. Maybe Hillary Francis is available on Zoom as well.
I'm not sure.
If not, we'll figure it out. So Article 1 is electing a bunch of people. Some of them are going to be select board members. Some of them will be, town meeting members, and I guess that's kind of it. It's very pro forma. It happens every year. There's nothing controversial about it. Article 2 is a question for the voters that has come to be on this warning because a group of community members petitioned and collected the required number of signatures to get it on the ballot. A thing can get on the ballot in 2 ways. And when I say ballot, I mean warning. It's, the thing that you vote So one way is community members can ideally consult with the town clerk and the town attorney about language for a petition, and then once they get kind of good guidance on that and said, yeah, that's going to work out fine, they then spend usually several weeks worth of work collecting signatures from community members that the town clerk's office then verifies, and once they've met a threshold of 5% of the legal voters of the town, it's then kind of a done deal. And so we have Article 1, which is the electing of folks, and Article 2, which is a question from a community member petition. Board members, questions about the warning for annual town meeting?
I have no questions because I see this as just a ministerial activity.
It is pretty ministerial.
So we do have the alternates, though.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Yeah. Okay, so I think the town meeting warning right now looks good. We may choose to add alternates to it in a moment. We will come to that shortly. The next thing is the annual representative town meeting warning. And this is 18 articles wherein we will do all kinds of business. We will ratify, approve, and confirm appointments. We will raise appropriations. We will, you will decide what these guys get paid. We will see if the town will raise and appropriate a sum of money for human service organizations. We will raise, appropriate, and expend to defray all of the expenses and liabilities of the town. Bob, is that the one that is basically the budget?
That's the budget, yes.
Article 11. Thank you. We will, RTM will decide whether to appropriate up to $851,836 from the unassigned fund balance to defray emergency expenditures associated with the Downtown Safety Action Plan and the increased cost in solid waste services. Article 13 will advise the Select Board and kind of advise the Human Services Review Committee on a specific amount for the FY27 budget that would be allocated towards human services funding. We'll elect some people to the Capital Grant Review Board, the Town Finance Committee, and the Human Services Review Committee. And we would also elect trustees to the Brooks Memorial Library. And then Article 18 is any other business, basically. And I actually just want to point out that in Article 18, all of these things that are alternates could totally come up. So, board, questions about the RTM warning in its draft form?
Nope.
Seems a little shorter to me than in recent years. Isn't it like usually 20-something articles?
Kate's raising her hand.
You
Yeah.
want 20?
No, I don't. Board? Nothing else? No?
What are you asking?
I'm asking any questions on that draft warning.
I have a suggestion for some different language on the
Okay,
draft warning.
that sounds like it's appropriate then.
Okay. Looking at Article 13. And I'll speak to this, but let me just first say what the suggestion is. That the wording be changed, Article 13, to see if the town will advise the Human Services Review Committee to include a specific amount of the FY27 budget to be allocated to human services funding.
Okay.
So right now, what happens is the RTM tells the Select Board to tell the Human Services Committee how much money to make available, not for the coming fiscal year, but for the fiscal year after that. And that, to me, is a needlessly complicated process. RTM is saying, here's what we want RTM to do a year from now. And if they want that, they can just tell that to their own committee, the Human Services Review Committee. This whole thing can stay within RTM instructing its own committee what that committee will then come back with. There's no need for RTM to tell the select board, please tell the Human Services Review Committee to do this. And to me, it's entirely appropriate for RTM to do that if they want, but that they don't need to bring us into it. They're telling their own committee, this is what we want you to do.
Okay. Elizabeth?
But we have to put it in our draft budget.
Yes.
Therefore, we need to be in the middle of this process.
Okay. And Town Attorney Fisher, do you have any thoughts on this one?
I forget the year that representative town meeting formalized the process. I just don't have it at my fingertips, but for many, many years, we had the Human Services Committee appointed. They would make their recommendations, but then there was one year, sometime in the last 5 or 6 years, where we formalized that into the process. So that can be changed, obviously, by representative town meeting, and representative town meeting can amend up or down the amounts. I think that's a germane, obviously that would be up to the town moderator to determine whether that's a germane motion to amend upwards or downwards. But the reason that the town of Brattleboro does it that way is you have so many human service organizations that to have separate articles for each one would take, you know, all day long just to go through them. Some towns will require all human service organizations to petition. I mean, that's one way towns do it, to get on with the 5% that you mentioned. Other towns will simply make motions to put articles on, but in your typical small towns, there isn't this long list that you have in Brattleboro, so hence why we did it that way. Okay. But to answer your question, I think I'd want to go back and look at the exact language of how town meeting formalized that, but you're correct that the select board has to put into the budget an amount, but that amount is going to be determined for human service funding by your vote on a separate article at representative town meeting.
Okay. And friends, you're not saying that anything about the meat of this article needs to change, really. You're talking about like who gets told.
Yeah, that, you know, town meeting decides after much debate, sometimes we want this amount in the future budget. Then they tell that to the select board, and the select board puts it in the future budget. But it doesn't need to go to the select board to be even in that budget. That could be part of the motion at town meeting. The article only has to say, as Article 13 says, to see if the town will advise somebody to include a specific amount. So the specific amount is determined by town meeting. They're telling the next town meeting via the Human Services Committee what that amount should be and how they should divide it up. But it can all take place within the mechanism of representative town meeting. It doesn't need any input from the select board other than to include the article on the warning.
Fine. Liz?
Not only does the select board need this information to prepare their draft budget, but I also note the fact that the word advise, this is advisory on the part of RTM, and the select board prepares the budget.
Okay. Other board members with thoughts on this particular question? This is draft. Maybe Bob could look into the kind of origin of that.
This week.
Yep.
I was wondering about like powers, right? So the charter says the select board must do X, Y, Z, A, B, C. You know, we are responsible for certain things by law. Okay. Other questions about articles in this draft warning? Okay. Seeing none from the select board. Questions from the public? Ms. O'Connor.
Kate O'Connor, Brattleboro, and I have a question about Article 12.
Okay.
And, you know, this is something you put in, and we have not heard about this through the budget process, so I'm wondering if we can get a little bit of explanation about it right now. You're talking about using up to $851,836 from the unassigned fund balance to defray emergency expenditures associated with the Downtown Action Plan and the increased cost in solid waste. My first question is, I'm assuming this is going towards the well, I'm not assuming, I'm gonna ask you, is this FY25 expense?
Yes.
On September, and I'm trying to figure out where you got the 851,000. On September 17th, you folks voted to spend $675,000 out of the unassigned fund balance on downtown safety for FY25. In a chart on November 12th, you were taking $475,000 for solid waste out of the revolving loan fund. So my question is, does this $851,000 include the $675 that you voted to use on September 17th? And does it include the $475 from the revolving loan fund, meaning are we not taking the money out of the revolving loan fund anymore? Or is this $851 in addition to the $675 that you voted for on September 17th, and in addition to the $475,000 that's coming out of the revolving loan fund? And I think it's a very important question because right now, according to the audit, we have $1,983,000 in the revolving loan fund. That is the 10% that we're supposed to have. If you take $851,000 out of it, we only have $1,131 and $1,131,000. So my question is, it goes back to what Franz says, are we taking an additional $675,000 out of the unassigned fund balance? So that'll bring it down to what, like $500,000 in the unassigned fund balance. I don't know if I've made sense.
I get it.
So.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good question. So, John, could you speak to how that 851,000 is made up, or Patrick?
I think Patrick knows the detail better than I do. Yep.
So, happy to answer that. Let me start with what's not in that number. What is not in that number is the $475,000 from the revolving loan fund proposed to be used to acquire the carts for the new solid waste program. That's not in that number. What is in that number is the 675 plus an additional piece of, an additional increase in solid waste services that is hitting the fiscal 25 budget in the second half of this year, starting in January and proceeding through June. So the combined total of those two, so the spending that the board authorized, I guess it was in September, for downtown safety, plus a portion of additional increased solid waste expenditures, both of which are hitting fiscal 25, and together add up to that 800 number.
Great, thanks, Patrick. Really helpful. Questions about that, Franz?
Yeah, what's the additional spending on solid waste in the second half of the year?
New contract, more expensive.
New contract from now until July.
From January.
Yeah.
Yes.
Patrick?
Yes, sir.
Let me repeat Franz's question. What's the spending on solid waste?
So, our contract, as many of you will recall, ended in June 30 of the previous year. And so we started July 1 of fiscal 25 with no contract for solid waste services. We had been negotiating with Casella since 6 months prior to that, 1 year ago today in January, and or maybe it was February, and we got to July 1. Still didn't have a contract. We still had some discussions and debates to have internally. All of that led to the board authorizing us to proceed with a contract with Casella, but there's a rate increase that didn't occur in July. It is occurring in January, and a portion of that additional expense is going to occur in fiscal 25.
Great, thank you, really helpful. Anson?
Got it, yeah, thank you.
Questions from the public? Mr. DeGray?
District 8, I've been around long enough to remember when we did vote on the human service article, organization by organization. So if you didn't get to do that, you haven't been around as long as I have. So the question is, the board approved the spending for the downtown safety program, but I've been here every meeting, and I didn't see the board approve additional spending from the unassigned fund balance that would be in this article, and wondering why you didn't authorize the spending of this. You gave the administration the authority to negotiate, but when that happened, I'm wondering why the administration didn't come back to the board and say, we need $250,000 for X, and then you vote on it. So you have the authority, and I'm wondering why the administration usurped your authority, which I believe you have to vote on this to get it to this point.
Mm-hmm. Fair. I would say that in our solid waste decision meeting, this definitely came up. I don't think we took a separate vote to say that we were spending from unassigned fund balance for FY25. Patrick, John, Bob, any recollections about that?
I certainly don't recall whether you had a separate.
Discussed as the mechanism that was to be used, was what John
So
said.
in some sense, aren't we voting on it now? Isn't this action tonight authorizing us presenting it to RTM?
Well, with
Bob.
unassigned fund, only representative town meeting can actually appropriate unassigned fund balance. So how you spend, and if you end up with what would be deficit spending, but then you're gonna allocate or appropriate out of the unassigned fund balance, RTM has the power to do that. So you can serve it up that way and have your article to have RTM approve that. And I guess the corollary to that is what happens if that's not approved, okay? So if that's not approved, then essentially you've deficit spent, and the question is whether or not how do you cure that deficit spending? But your fund balance is, just because you've overspent the general fund doesn't mean that overall you have a fund deficiency. So there are several different ways statutorily as to how you cure a deficit, but you're really not in a deficit situation even if you've overrun the general budget, because you have other funds in town.
And we absolutely have to have this question on the warning, and it's really important, and at town meeting, Bob will need to explain all that again.
Yeah, and I'm happy to do that, but it's RTM that, the voters, and in our case, representative town meeting, has the authority to appropriate the fund balance.
Yeah.
The select board does not have that authority.
Yeah, thank you. Franz?
So, following up, have we taken sufficient action up to this point to act on both parts of this article? One, I know, well, we did authorize additional spending for FY25 for the Downtown Safety Action Plan. Maybe we sort of did for the solid waste program as well. In your opinion, did we do enough on the solid waste in terms of our prior authorization to meet our legal obligations? Do we need to do anything different at this point other than approve this article?
The putting the, me see if this answers it, and maybe you can help me out on this. But many times we have articles that say, shall we appropriate out of the fund balance X number of dollars to fund a particular project? From my perspective, that's what you're serving up here, as you're putting both of those in one article on the appropriation of fund balance. So I think the answer is yes, but one is funding what was an emergency spending, and the other is to fund what, based on how that bill comes in from January through July or June 30th, to fund that. So you're putting the two together in one article, and I think that's appropriate. It's still representative town meeting that's appropriating the fund balance.
Okay.
Okay. And another question that I've had and haven't gotten around to asking is, what if this article's defeated? Then I guess you spoke to that briefly, that we'd have to go through that cure process. But this is a lot of money. You know, if it were a lesser amount, I wouldn't be too concerned. You know, you nip here and tuck there and you make it all work. But essentially, we'd be in the position of having to change things in FY25 in order to cover that amount and bring the budget in without being in a deficit situation.
Yeah, but the definition of deficit is total fund balance, not just general fund balance. So I don't think you're actually going to be in a quintessential deficit situation. That's not to say that you would want to sharpen your pencils and be careful moving forward, because you don't want your unassigned fund balance to dwindle. But I don't think you're going to be in a situation of an actual deficit as defined by statute.
So it would be unpleasant, but we wouldn't be in legal jeopardy somehow.
Correct. And there are ways to cure the deficit. One of the most draconian ways is to actually assess in multiples of 5% on your tax rate. But that tends to raise far more than what you need to refund the deficit. And there are other ways as far as refunding bonds, but I don't think at this point we're going to need to. It's a good legal exercise to look at and speculate on, but I don't think we're actually going to be in that situation.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Richard.
So if RTM shoots down Article 12, that's only a money issue. They're not saying they don't like the program, they're just saying they don't want to fund it.
Yes, that's great. I can tell you that in that conversation, people will tell us what they feel about that spending.
Okay.
But the actual decision is about.
The implications are all financial.
But you're gonna hear what people think about it.
Okay.
You already have.
Yes.
Okay.
Can
Other
I-
questions?
Can I interject? Patrick, would you get rid of that guy from London?
We actually just asked.
I'm sorry?
To do it. I actually just asked.
I just did too.
Get rid of somebody on here.
Okay, cool. Other questions?
What just happened?
What just happened is that, unfortunately, one of the downsides of hybrid meetings is sometimes we get unwelcome attention.
Okay.
So, other questions about this draft warning? Other questions
I
from the
actually
public?
do have I hope it's a quick one.
Me too.
Article 2 is to
Yes.
see if we will ratify, approve, and confirm our appointment of an interim town treasurer for a term up to 1 year. Now, usually, the town treasurer is the same as the finance director, right? So, if we have an interim town treasurer for up to 1 year, but during that 1 year, we get a new finance director, what will happen with the town treasurer position? How does that work?
That's interesting. We did that once before.
That's where the
Patrick?
2 comes in.
Well, if we follow our recent example, we didn't ask the select board to appoint the new finance director as town treasurer until perhaps 6 months had gone by, and they seemed to have established themselves, had gained a certain amount of trust with the board and the public and with management. And so we would propose that the assistant town treasurer serve in an interim capacity until such time as we get a new finance director hired, and until such time as that person has established themselves sufficient to have us ask you to appoint them as treasurer.
Great, thank you.
And then would that require sort of post hoc ratification by RTM at some point? I mean, it doesn't.
I don't think we did
I don't
that.
think so, no.
Okay, that's all.
I remember doing something about it, and I'm not too concerned about this particular thing.
Okay.
I think what you're trying to guard against is appointing somebody for a full year who might be in an interim position. When you hire the new finance director, you would have appointed an interim for the whole year. So that's why it says up to.
Okay, thanks, Bob. All right, any other questions on this draft warning, most of which is pretty boilerplate? Christina, and then Ray.
Christina Shayani, District 8, RTM. I was wondering about Article 12 and if you could separate it into 2 articles so we could have the actual amounts in there instead of lumping 2 programs and 2 spendings into one number. And yeah.
Okay. Board, reactions to that?
Kind of makes
I'm
sense.
good.
Okay, I'm hearing, I'm good, kind of makes sense.
No. I'm good with
You're good with
status
leaving it
quo.
as it is,
Yeah.
and you're
and-
saying, I agree with what Christina's saying.
I think it would clarify things to have the 2 separate amounts
2
that
separate
feed into
amounts.
the bigger figure.
Okay, I mean, it's still functionally the same thing,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, okay.
I think
Peter?
just gives us a few more points to argue on, so I'm good with it the way it is.
Okay. All right. Huh. So Richard says Christina's point makes sense. Franz says Christina's point makes sense. Elizabeth and Peter would like to leave it the way it is. So that leaves the 5th board member, Daniel. I'm fine with it being 2 separate articles. I got no problem with that. We'll have a slightly longer meeting because of it. But maybe we'll hear with more clarity what people feel about those programs. John?
I would say that that sort of information is typically shared at the information meeting in detail, as much detail as people want. That, it will all be available and apparent, but just if that's helpful.
Yeah. Bob, is there anything legally that we should consider?
Legally, it doesn't matter from my perspective whether it's 1 article or 2. It's
Okay.
your decision.
Board?
Doesn't matter.
I think 2 would be in line with the consensus of, well, not the consensus, it'd be in line with, we could take a little vote on it if you want.
Well,
I think we should.
Okay. That's fine. Would somebody like to make a motion? Probably Richard or Franz. Come on.
I have to think this through. Hang on.
You need a recess?
I'm going to totally ignore that inappropriate comment.
Okay.
I thought it was appropriate.
I thought it was too many.
We could vote on that too.
I mean, I can do it. I can make a
Want me to
motion.
do it? I just threw in around.
Well,
So-
yeah, I'll tell you what I'm wondering about. I mean, I think it might be good even just to split out the 2 amounts in the 1 article, or just, so people know what we're talking
Oh,
about.
now that would make sense.
That's what I
I
thought
don't
we
feel
were
like that's
talking
what
about.
Christina's asking for.
I know that's not what
So
Christina's asking.
if the splitting it into 2 articles would facilitate perhaps defeating one and passing the other. If that's what
Maybe.
people want to do.
So I was confused.
So
Wait a second. Let's not talk over each other. Keep going.
So, I
You
think
want the
any way
amounts.
that we do this, it's gonna work out. It just might be a little more complicated mechanically at the meeting, one way or another. I don't really have a preference, but I do respect the idea that we should know where those 2 sums are coming from. And as John said, that can just be informational as well. It might make it a little more cumbersome for people to talk about if they do want to separate things out later and say, let's amend the article to pass this and defeat that, I mean, you get into the weeds here pretty quickly.
I think having two separate articles is fine. I think it's cleaner. I think that the debate will be less muddy. The decision of the meeting will be clearer. I'm comforted to hear from Bob that even if this entire article were defeated, we wouldn't be in an absolutely disastrous position, right? Right?
Depends on your definition.
You know, so I think having two articles with each different expenditure is clean. Elizabeth, then France, then Peter maybe.
I think it's repetitive because what we're talking about really is the unassigned fund balance. So if we just added the number in parentheses for the downtown safety action plan and the number in parentheses for the solid waste services, then we could have one article that would be clear enough.
Okay, thoughts on that?
Yeah,
Richard's shaking his head.
well, I
think
thought
he's
that's what we
nodding
were
his head.
talking about to begin with. I didn't realize we were having two separate articles.
Okay.
So I just want the information, that's all. So if it's less cumbersome from a procedural point of view to have them both in the same article, then sure.
Okay, Peter?
I think we're talking about information here, and I think putting both sums in one article gives us the information we're seeking.
Okay, I can count to
support
three.
that.
Great.
France, any final thoughts?
I can also count.
Okay, great. Members of the public, Mr. DeGray. Oh, Ray, did you want to go first on this one? I think your hand was up earlier.
Ladies before gentlemen.
Ray, you're welcome to speak.
Thank you. One of my questions was about, originally it was sort of like a process question, was like, are we talking about just these 18 articles first and then going to the warning alternates after this conversation?
Yes, yeah, I
Okay.
want to kind of nail down the
That sounds great.
boilerplate
Just
stuff
wanted to
first.
clarify because
Yeah.
I've gone to the bathroom. And then I want to just affirm that while it is from the same fund balance, it feels pretty confusing to lump two very different projects together under the same heading. And whether or not the funds come from here nor there or the next place, it shouldn't actually like change the fact that they're actually very separate projects run by separate entities, separate businesses, separate, I don't know.
Yeah, I get it. Mr. DeGray?
So if, whatever you do, whether you go to two or you keep it one, and the article is defeated, or one of the two articles is defeated, that doesn't mean that the safety program gets affected, because the board is going to get to decide that. So people thinking if they vote no, it's going to change what's already in place. That's not, because the body needs to understand, which the moderator will tell them multiple times, is that they don't have line item authority. And even though this is a significant amount of money, and as Kate said, there's $1.9 million there, the board will decide if this is going to stay, a new board, obviously, whether this is going to go forward or this is going to have an effect on it. So people need to understand that. Actually, when people are running for select board, that could be a good question for them. How do you feel about this, and what if that happens? So, thank you.
Yep, thank you. Great. So, where are we at? Seemed like there were three people that were like, just put the two separate amounts in the article, so that's what we're going to do.
Great.
All right. Any other questions on the draft warning? Okay. Very well. Now we move into the realm of controversy, or should I say controversy? I forget which way is the American way. Okay, very good. So these are possible warning alternates. John said he wasn't proposing these. I agree. They are possible, and I want to take them one at a time. So the first one says, this is for Yes, I'm going to. Thank you, John. These are for the March 4th annual meeting, AKA the big election, where you'll elect your new select board members and all that. So we already have one question on there that came from a petition. That petition got the required number of signatures, and so we're not really talking about that. That's just on there. So Article 3 is like a potential Article 3, and it says, shall the town of Brattleboro vote to advise the state legislature that any establishment and/or operation of any safe injection site in the town of Brattleboro be subject to an affirmative vote by the town of Brattleboro voters? And so my understanding is that this was a question that was reviewed with the town attorney some time ago. I happened to be in the room during that conversation. And then a petition was started more recently. The petition didn't get the required 5% of signatures, and so that's why it's not just kind of automatically on the warning. The select board does have the legal authority to place something on the warning, and so that is the question before the board right now. So, board members, Elizabeth.
So, the law that was passed by the legislature, vetoed by the governor, overridden by the legislature, allows for the establishment of safe injection sites. The law was changed at the last minute to take out the opt-in procedures. So I see this article, oh, and of course, the bill originally suggested that Brattleboro would be the site of the second overdose prevention center. So the question is, do we want to make sure that we have that vote? And the way this is worded is very benign. It just says, we, the people of Brattleboro, want to have our voice heard. And I think it's democratic that we approve this article and put it on the warning.
Okay, thank you. I want to speak to process, and I'm not doing that because I'm trying to like prevent people from putting things on warnings, but I want to caution this board, and we've been on this board long enough to know that every year it's possible that you'll have some kind of, sometimes these are called like ballot questions, right? You'll have some kind of question that comes up that usually is about something that is, I don't know, people can have kind of strong feelings about one way or another. And the board's practice over the years, preceding our time on it, we've been on it for 6 years, has been to say, if you get the signatures, we'll put it on. We can put this on legally by just our own kind of decision, but I don't think that we should, because I think we open ourselves up to future situations where I won't be on the board, but Liz and Peter will be next year, and you might have a question next year that you don't like. And you've just set a precedent today that says, well, we'll consider it, and if we like it, we'll put it on. If we don't, we won't. And that is going to further erode trust in this board, and I would caution us not to do that. I think, and Jill, I'm speaking to you because I know that you were the instigator of this petition. I think that at the time when you spoke with Town Attorney Fisher, I think that the options were laid out for how it gets on the warning. Maybe hindsight being 2020, just start gathering the signatures then. It would be on without any controversy today. And that's my piece. Franz.
Thank you, Daniel. Well, I think this is a very important article, and I think it needs to be on the warning, and I think we need to have our legislators hear from the people of this town how they feel about this. In fact, in the discussion about this, it has come up that our legislative delegation thought that the language that would accomplish this was already in the bill, and were taken by surprise when that disappeared and did not become part of the final enabling legislation. And I think our legislators, and certainly legislators throughout the state, need to hear what the people of the town think about this and what they want. And I think this is an entirely appropriate question to bring up to the voters as a whole. I'd be very disappointed not to have this on there, because whether you're for or against it, and I get it that that's a hot button issue, whether you're for or against it, I think you should have the opportunity to speak on this.
Okay.
As a voter.
Peter, then Richard.
So I too, I agree with Liz and Franz. I think that this needs to be on as presented in this question, straight up and down. Let the community decide whether they want this thing in this community or not. I base a large part of what I just said on the hundreds of conversations I've had on this very issue. I'm not sitting here in a vacuum of my own world. If it comes down, if we're setting a precedent, as you suggest, then I will use that same mechanism in which to make the decision on the next one that is presented to me. If I've heard from enough people, which I have on this particular issue, that they want it, they don't want it, then that's how my vote will be reflected. My vote's reflected tonight in favor of this article based on that very simple point of conversation.
Okay, thank you. Richard?
I would like to see the vote, but I am worried about subverting the process. It does bother me, it disturbs me, and I'm not sure where I'm going to fall in a couple of seconds here. But, you know, the board didn't bring this up before Jill brought it up, so here we are. I think another way to do this could be on the legislative level, and which is, you know, would take a long time and probably may not result in what we want. To probably have to have a whole new bill to, and just this, what the process that happened in the legislatures, it doesn't smell right to me. It's very disturbing that nobody knew that this last piece was removed from the bill at the last minute. And that's very bad, and that needs to have a little more light shed on it. I would believe, I'd like to see that. But bottom line is, I think the community needs to be protected by this vote. And so, yes, I like it, and no, I don't like the process. But
Okay. All right, let's hear from Senator Wendy Harrison. I know that she wanted to speak about the legislative end of this.
All right, great. Thank you, District 9 and State Senate. Yeah, I want to make sure that folks understand what happened, because the intent of the legislation was still that towns have the choice of whether or not the OPC was going to be located. You probably know the legislation only included Burlington, and what happened was the mechanism for town approval was the town council, or city council, I should say, in Burlington, approving the grant funding. Because, and so that was how the mechanism to approve ended up, which was different than it was originally in the bill. So that's where the confusion came. So the intent of the legislature is that the town or the city approves an OPC before it is, before it happens. It's interesting that this question came about because, in theory, if the town could somehow get funding, let alone insurance for an OPC on its own, then the way the legislation is written, that could happen. That's extremely unlikely, and we're talking with folks about making an amendment to the legislation. But the intent is consistent with what Senator Hashim and I understood that it was intended to be.
Okay, thank you.
Is that helpful? Okay.
Thank you. So the question before us really is, do we want to put this question on the warning? I think that there's a lot of debate to be had about, like, should an overdose prevention center be cited in Brattleboro? But I don't believe that this is the time for that debate. If this question is on the warning, there will most certainly be people wanting to argue either side of that. I also think it's really important to note that this is advisory to the state legislature. It is advisory. So, board, seems like 4 of you are in favor of putting this on the warning. I'm not in favor. We can take a vote if you want, but I think it's pretty clear to the public, where we stand.
I just would like to amend it.
Okay.
Very briefly. I want both terms added. I wanted to say overdose prevention center / safe injection site, so that both terms are clearly understood.
Okay. Jill, do you want to speak to this, because you were the person that spearheaded the petition? And I think that, like, as you wrote this language and worked on it with the town attorney, it would be reasonable for you to have some say in that.
So my name's Jill Stahl-Tyler, District 7, Brattleboro. And I have no problem with Liz's suggestion. That's fine, because people do use both terms. I actually didn't come up with the language. Bob pretty much gave me the language. It's a little unwieldy, but it's law, so that's the language.
That's why it's good to check in with the town attorney.
That's why he gave it to us. So just to get to your question of why I didn't do it faster.
No, it's fine. I mean, it seems like the board
it's important because it's something I've been watching all along since it was originally brought up and talked about for Brattleboro, and then it came forward and said, no, it's not going to be Brattleboro, but it's still going to be in Burlington. And then I watched with you all when you asked the legislators when they were here, where's the town approval, and they didn't really answer your question. And so I researched it more, and everyone kept giving me different opinions. I talked to a lot of different people, lawyers, people up in Montpelier, our legislators, etc., and kept getting different confusing information. I looked to doing the petition, and there are 2 ways to put the petition on. As you've stated, one is to go get all of the signatures, and one is to bring it before you. And by the time I was at that meeting in December, I'd already talked to Mr. Hashim, and he had said that definitely he wanted to do the amendment that he is now looking into. The December meeting with all of the legislators, Emily Kornheiser had explained really clearly that that was not something that she saw the state doing, and she explained why, that was not something that she would think would be a good idea. And I just disagree. I think that the town needs to have the right to say to the state, advisory only, if that's all we can get at this point. It requires more work to go further, which may be something that this town wants to do at some point as well. But when I put that out, I had very little time left to actually turn it in for the deadline, and that's a lot of signatures. I thought it was kind of amazing, actually, and spectacular that we came up with 52% of what was needed in about a week. So there were strong opinions.
Thanks, Jill. All right. So
Want to talk about one more thing.
you want to add on to?
I don't want to add on to language. I just want to emphasize.
Can we just kind of firm up the language first of all? So you are proposing that it's a safe injection site / overdose prevention center. I mean, overdose prevention center is the language that the state is using. Yes.
First.
And that is what those sites are for.
Yeah.
So overdose prevention center, AKA.
Parentheses. Safe injection site.
Okay. I mean, there are actually lots of names for this kind of site. Okay, so I see these hands, and I'm just trying to find out what the board. Yeah, I just need to know what the board thinks about this first of all. Okay. So Liz is proposing that overdose prevention center be added as like the first phrase, because that's what it's called in Vermont. And
Parentheses are good. I'm pro parenthesis.
And parentheses.
I'm an
General support for
anti-parentheses
this.
kind of guy.
Okay. All right. Yes.
Just make a comment.
Yes.
In the context of Jill coming to the board and asking them to put it on the warning.
Yes, that's what's happening right now.
Right, so that's sort of a valid process.
Yes, it is a legally valid process.
So that way, I don't feel bad about her not getting
Well, I'm
the
glad you
signatures
don't do
because we're not
Great.
subverting the process.
Very good.
Okay.
It is not subverting our legal, possibilities, but it is playing with precedent. And that's for you all to, you know.
This is all this is about is precedent.
Yeah.
This is all this is about. There's been so many vagaries around this thing at levels above us. All we're doing is we're bringing it home and saying, this is what the people in Brattleboro want. Plain and simple, no precedent. We're asking the people. We're putting it here. We're asking the people, do you want this or not? Do you, as you said, all it is just a thing saying, the town doesn't want it, the town does want it.
Sure.
That's all we're doing here.
That's fine. So that's where we're at with the language. Members of the public were excited to speak about this as well.
I just want one more comment.
You would like one more comment
One more
on the
comment.
language or something
No,
else?
on what Senator Harrison said.
Can you wait so we
Sure.
can hear these comments about the language?
Sure.
Thanks. So we had some language comments. If it's not about language, I'm going to ask you to wait. Yes, just so we can stay on the same topic.
Thank you so much. I'm
Yeah.
Tyga Christie. I'm a resident of Halifax, but I've been a volunteer first responder in Brattleboro and the surrounding region. For many years, I'm also a public health professional, and I just want to say the Overdose Prevention Center, Prevention Site, is potentially a different term than safe injection site. Safe use site is another potentially distinct term. A safe injection site implies that only injection drug use is something that is happening there, and the choice between those two is whether or not they include multiple types of safe use is a different definition. And so I would consider using, I would urge you to use the language provided by the state, because that more clearly reflects, I believe, the intent of the bill.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
And the regulations for overdose prevention centers were published by the Department of Health in September, I think. I read them in preparation for this meeting, and they speak to largely injection use, but there is also some stuff in there about providing smoking facilities further down the road, but that's not part of like the initial phase in Burlington. But I think that's a helpful perspective. In Glasgow, Scotland, they just opened the first one, and in that country it's called a drug consumption room. That's the common term in Europe as well. Drug consumption room.
And,
Yeah.
and I should hold comments other than language for
Please,
later.
yeah, because I want to be fair to Liz as well. Abby, did you have a language comment? No, I think I saw the hand go up and down. All right, Liz, what did you want to say?
I just wanted to emphasize what Senator Harrison said, and she said that in agreement with what Jill said, that it is possible within the law for there to be other safe injection sites or overdose prevention sites in addition to the one in Burlington if an entity came up with the money and the insurance. So I think confirming Jill's concern is important.
Great. And I'm going to make one comment as well then. So I want to read from the regulations because that might be helpful information for some of you. These are regulations from the Vermont Department of Health. They're real. Like, this is happening in Burlington. It will happen by the end of the year, and these regulations will govern how it comes about. So this is about like the community engagement that's required in order to get the license. So it says, following the initial engagement with individuals with living experience, an organization shall engage with community partners and other interested parties to help inform the Overdose Prevention Center's operation. The following sectors shall be engaged through the process. It's a long list. A, local social service providers. B, mental health providers. C, substance use treatment and recovery providers. D, harm reduction agencies serving the same geographic region. E, individuals with lived experience. F, law enforcement and public safety agencies. G, emergency medical service agencies. H, local hospitals. I, restorative justice organizations. J, city or town government officials. K, city or town employees, including grounds, road maintenance, sanitation, and parks and recreation staff. L, community creating providers, including but not limited to healthcare providers who support lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, and queer communities, Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities, disability communities, and veteran communities, and M, public transportation providers. And then the findings from all of that engagement should be documented in a service assessment report, which shall be submitted to the health department 90 days prior to the opening of such a site. So I just want to say that, like, there are, I see the hand. Can you?
No school, no.
I didn't write the regulations. I'm just reading what they say. You can't, okay.
I don't think the microphones are on. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think that's doing anything.
So-
It's like, there's no amplification.
Thank you for your question. I didn't see schools in the list, so I'm assuming not. Craig?
Hello, my name's Craig Miskevich, District 7. Totally agree, Daniel, that's an exhaustive list. That's a licensure process. It doesn't have any participation, doesn't have any appeal rights, doesn't have any hearing rights. We wouldn't be able to participate in the licensure decision of the Department of Health. It's telling that the legislation actually expressly exempts the facility from a CON process, certificate of need. And the certificate of need process would allow the board to participate as an interested party. So not only does this board not expressly get to participate, it is prohibited from participating as an interested party in a certificate of need. That's extraordinary and unique. Every other hospital project in the state of Vermont needs to go through CON. This legislation exempts that. So I know there's a lot of folks who have made an argument, and it's a good argument, that the town of Brattleboro doesn't get to choose whether a hospital comes into Brattleboro. Actually, we do. We get to participate in a certificate of need process where the applicant has to demonstrate that need to the community. This legislation expressly removed that power.
Great. Thanks, Craig. And so I think now, and maybe I was part of that, like, we've delved into the kind of realm of like, well, is this a good idea or not? I think the board is clear that we're going to put this question on the warning. 4 of us are in favor of that. I'm not in favor of that. And I'd like to move on to the next 4 articles, unless there are absolutely desperate things to be said here. Abby. I'm sorry, you have to raise your hand.
Thanks, Abby Manukin, District 8. I have a desperate comment to make. It feels really, really disheartening to be told to participate in town politics, to come, speak up, run for representative town meeting, join a committee, join a board, and again and again and again be ignored. And that happens to so many of us who come to these meetings. You spoke, Daniel, about an erosion of trust. The erosion of trust is so deep. It is running so deep. There is a process. We follow the process to get apartheid-free communities on the ballot. It is on the ballot because we collected that number of signatures. They did not collect the number of signatures. This is a public health issue. It's about harm reduction. This is not something that should go to the voters to decide about public health and harm reduction. And they did not collect the signatures. We have 2 people on this board, Franz and Richard, who are in the healthcare profession. It's appalling to me that as people from a healthcare profession, you can then say the town of Brattleboro should vote about this public health issue. It's appalling. And the fact that you ask us to come to these meetings and speak up and your minds are already made, what's the point? If you know how you're going to vote before you're going to vote, why do we do this?
Thanks, Abby. Tiger?
Thank you. Again, I'm Tyga Christie. I'm in the first response and public health fields. I want to give just a little bit of context because the way that it's really easy to think of overdose prevention centers as like a new, wild, why would we do this strategy that the state is implementing, and I understand that because it hasn't been used in this country. It has been used in other countries. The first one in North America was established in 2003 in Vancouver, British Columbia. I want to give you a tiny bit of context about what happened to that community in terms of the impacts to the community, because it's been really widely studied. It was established on the condition that it be extensively researched by independent outside agencies. So I have here, and I I have a couple copies if anyone wants to see them.
I think, Tiger,
A
there'll be
report.
plenty of time for educating folks about what these sites are for.
I promise it's
in the
coming
next
back
month.
to what we're talking about tonight. Can you give me a minute? I've been waiting
If
for
you
a
can
really
try
long
and get
time to talk
that
to this.
really quickly, yeah. Thank you.
The impacts that they found on with over 30 peer-reviewed studies, independently researched, on the community where this happened. They found no increase in new drug use or relapse, no evidence for encouraging drug use, which is often a concern in communities. They found increase in addiction services use, especially among clients of the site. They found no increase in drug-related crime, and they actually found a decrease in vehicle break-ins and theft in the community around where this was established. They found significant decreases in syringes found in public, in drug-related litter in public, and in public drug use. Even when they controlled for things like weather and police presence, they concluded that was due specifically to the establishment of the site, of the Overdose Prevention Center. And they also prevented potential death from over 300 overdoses in the first year of operation, which decreased the burden on first responders, which has been mentioned at least once tonight, and as a first responder, it is something that is like very close to my heart. It also decreases through staffing this with public health professionals, with nurses who can catch preventative health issues. It decreases the burden on hospitals, on ERs, on ambulances, on people like me who burn out because of so many overdose calls in our communities. And so I'm coming back to where we are, I promise. I would love if people could think for like just a minute, open your mind to this not being something that the state is trying to sneak into our community by taking away our power to agree to it, but a response, can I finish what I'm saying? Thank you so much. But a response to asks from our community to decrease public drug use, to decrease litter found in public, to decrease
Thanks,
theft.
Tegan. That's time.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm going to move us on to our next controversial topic because we have. It's Hank, right?
Yeah, it's Hank.
Hi, Hank. So I've got to try and run the meeting as best I can. I'm doing the best I can, and please let me do that. Okay? Please let me do that.
Okay, let's
Thank
try
you.
to do that, please.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to move on. So we have the next two things that I'm going to say we should consider at least together, because they're kind of about the same thing. These came from a select board member who I'm hoping will reveal themselves. Article 4, shall the town of Brattleboro...
Vote on that just to have it on the record. It feels really weird to just not vote.
Sure, I don't mind. I mean, I think it was very clear who was in favor and who wasn't. But
So I heard to include it for a decision at your January 28th meeting. You could take it on or off at that point when you actually vote on it.
Yeah, that's fair. This is
we're
draft.
We're just working on a draft here. We'll bring it back for a decision.
So all of these are going to be coming back on January.
No. I think that some of these, well, I don't know actually. I don't have a crystal ball, but I think potentially what you're going to see is some of these will be included in the warning for final approval on the 28th, and some will not. But I'm happy with a vote. We can do a vote if that makes it easier for everybody.
Can we do the same
Let's
thing
vote.
for each article
Okay.
to vote whether it's going to come back on the
Yeah, that's fine. So I think an appropriate motion would be whether we should place Article 3 about safe injection sites on the warning for the annual meeting. Happy with that?
Yes. Well, but then we'd be deciding what you just said we're going to decide next week. Well, the vote tonight would just be whether
I'm just trying to help the public understand what's happening here.
Yeah, and I am too.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is that what we're really deciding tonight is whether it's going to show up again next week.
Yeah.
That's what we're deciding for all of these.
I mean,
so
you're
if we're
right.
going to have
You're
a
right.
vote, that's what the vote should be.
Yeah.
You want to make a motion?
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I move that Article 3 be included on our agenda for 1 week from tonight for approval or disapproval for the ballot on March 4th.
Great. Franz just made a motion that Article 3 be included on the ballot for the March 4th warning, which is the annual town.
That's not what I said.
Good Lord. Do me a solid. I'm like, my job is to like repeat the motion,
Let
and
me
when
write it
somebody
out.
makes it extemporaneously, it can be kind of difficult to do.
It's better if I write it out, so I'll need.
We'll
a
need a
brief
recess. Let's have a recess for 5 minutes. And I'm not joking. Let's have a 5-minute recess.
We're having a meeting next week?
All right. We are back. If folks in the seats over there could keep it down.
Just make your motion. Just make your motion.
Yeah, I really hope we don't have to be gaveling. Thanks. So I need people in the audience to allow us to do our business right now, which would mean to stop those conversations. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. So we have a motion here. It's just been handed to me that the following article be on the agenda for the possible select board approval. Shall the town of Brattleboro vote to advise the state legislature that any establishment and or operation of an overdose prevention center, also called a safe injection site, in the town of Brattleboro be subject to an affirmative vote by the town of Brattleboro voters. Okay. All right. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
That's 4 in favor. All those opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. Nay. That's 1 opposed. Just like how we thought it would be. All right, let's move on. Article 4 and 5, potential Article 4 and 5. So, these articles are both about asking the community whether the town, whether the select board should enact an ordinance. And so I'll read them in turn. Number 4 says, shall the town of Brattleboro vote to advise the Brattleboro Select Board to enact an ordinance that establishes clear boundaries for acceptable behavior and conduct in the downtown? And Article 5 says, shall the town of Brattleboro vote to advise the Brattleboro Select Board to enact an ordinance to recoup compensation from property owners whose property requires a high level of enforcement response, excluding domestic violence response? And these were from a select board member, so maybe that member would like to speak to them.
Is that me?
I don't know.
I'll be happy to speak to it.
Great.
And indeed, I did propose that this be in front of us. So again, this is addressing a contentious issue where there's serious disagreement in town and potentially serious implications for the actions of town government. This board passed an ordinance that incorporated both of these articles, and that ordinance was overturned by the action of representative town meeting. All that was done in a absolutely appropriate fashion. The procedures took place as prescribed by statute and ordinance and charter. So no problem with any of that. The question is, what do the people of the town as a whole think about these questions? I think the separation is very useful, because when it came up at representative town meeting as a single ordinance, there was quite a bit of discussion about what here is the second part about the high response properties. There was much less consideration of the part about clear boundaries for acceptable behavior. And in fact, I heard things at RTM that made me think, well, these are separate issues. These are there are aspects of the second part where we're actually collecting money from property owners about things that happen on their properties. Now, it's complicated, but to me, that's really different from the first part of the article, in which we make very clear and have mechanisms in place to make things better in the downtown. So, you know, of these two, which we're both talking about both right now, I actually would like to see it on the ballot for March 4th for the first part about the clear boundaries for acceptable behavior and conduct in the downtown. And I'm less eager, and maybe not even in favor of the second part, simply because the implications are different, and there may be, I'm not sure if that came before the board again, what input I would have on that part of it. So I'm speaking now in favor of what's Article 4 here, and that should be on the ballot on March 4th. And Article 5, I don't know, I could see leaving that off at this point.
Okay, thank you. Elizabeth?
Thank you. I think we should mash these two together. I think both aspects, the subject about Article 4 had more discussion in town, and therefore it was widerly understood or misunderstood. And Article 5 was less discussed and has a more distinct realm of influence. But both are tools for our town to control the problems that we've been talking about all night, since we've been talking about all year. And I think it gives the police department and town government means to open a conversation with an individual on the street or with a landlord and confront the problems that we're dealing with. So I see them as a set. I think we should put them both together. I think this this article should be advisory, and I think that the select board can choose what to do in the spring after town meeting.
Okay, thank you. Other board members? Peter?
I like the fact that these were presented. I think the numbers that John laid out with regards to what the strain it was on our first responders, not to mention the Department of Public Works and that money. And also, John had shared a number with me a while back about other hotels that were not in, and you know, in asking of that question, and in all fairness, was that, you know, our other hotels that are not part of the program using our services, they are to about almost less than a 10% rate. So I kind of agree with Liz. I would like to have them sort of stay together. And I know something else that John threw out earlier was when we were talking about the tax rate, and it seemed like most of the tax rates of communities I would consider hub communities, like us, we're seeing 9 and 10% increases, and those non-hub communities were down around that more reasonable 4 to 5%. So I kind of want these two things to stay together, because even though when I started my conversations about this, that was the furthest thing from my mind, but it makes sense for this to be one kind of up and down article.
Okay. Richard?
Well, you know, the other issue clearly is the vote was taken at RTM, and we're, you know, revisiting this, and are we subverting a process or not? I've heard from a lot of people in town that felt that they didn't feel that they were represented when this was originally voted on. But I've heard other people say the opposite, so I'm kind of divided here because of the process, and are we trashing the RTM vote process by putting this on here? Are we telling RTM, you know, oh, well, do whatever you want, but we're going to change it when we feel like it? So that bothers me a little bit.
Okay.
Can I just answer that? I don't think we're telling RTM anything. I think basically what we are saying is RTM is one body, the town is an entire body. So what we are doing is saying, instead of just letting a small group, what does the entire town want? It's a huge question. It is something that has, if you will, I hate to use words like plague and chaos, but you know, those were terms that were used. And how many people approached me alone about these issues and to do something about it? And again, going back to the 4 or 5 select board meetings where we had 100, 150 people in here, begging this board to act and do something, we did. And through a process that was exercised, they went out, were able to get enough to put it on. We did a special RTM. You know, when I looked at the signatures on that petition, and I was pretty amazed as to see some of the people who signed it, some of the people who had literally come to me to complain about our downtown issues, signed it. And the number one response I got when asked why they did that was, well, it was too awkward to say no. All right, but the signature was on there. So you know, appreciate it, I appreciate that. This is another mechanism. This is basically saying, final answer. Do you want it? Do you don't want it? You take it to the town.
Okay, so I think that we are really failing to listen if we go down this road. There was a whole process within the select board. It was a legal process, totally appropriate. right? People agree and disagree about things all the time. We had a pretty, a high engagement year, and we're continuing to have a high engagement year, and that's great. There was a split vote on the board. It was passed, that was totally legal and proper. And then people felt so strongly about it that they chose to work for weeks gathering petition signatures to enable there to be a special representative town meeting that would be able to kind of rescind that decision of the select board. And that was all totally legal and proper. And then at that meeting, there was a huge level of engagement. I've never seen so many people wanting to be at RTM. I've not been around as long as some of you all, but I've been around long enough. And what I saw at that meeting, not only were there like huge numbers of people looking to like be appointed to their districts, but there were also more people than I've ever seen before who stayed even though they couldn't vote. It was, it was really quite impressive to see how much the community cared about this issue. And they cared about it in different ways, right? But ultimately, the vote that was taken at the end of that meeting said rescind. And so I'm not going to be on this board as of April. I would say that at best, these articles are advisory to the next select board. I would say that this is business for the next select board. And I think, again, this sends a message of, well, there was a whole process, and you know what, we're still going to do this other thing. You can put it on. It's totally legal and proper to put it on. I just don't think it's wise. Friends.
If the real information that we don't have at this point is what do the people of Brattleboro think of the ordinance, whether it's in one piece or two pieces. That we heard a lot of talk around town, we heard a lot of talk before at meetings here, we heard a lot of talk at representative town meeting, but we have no way yet to know what the voters of the town of Brattleboro actually think about this. We have our own sources. Peter talks to people downtown. I have my office hours, but we get what we get. Putting this on the ballot as an advisory matter simply will inform us or the new select board or whoever wants to know, what do the people of Brattleboro want? And then it can go forward from there. But I see absolutely no reason for us not to find out what the people of Brattleboro want.
Okay, let's find out what the people of Brattleboro want.
To address, and to address your comment about the next select board, if this doesn't go on the ballot now, when does it go on the ballot?
No, I understand that,
It would be a very long term out, and we need to address this now.
Great. Well, here's the people of Brattleboro raising their hands in large numbers because they want to tell us what they want. I think I saw Craig's hand go up first. Actually, I saw Abby's hand go up first. You go after Craig.
Craig Miskovich, District 7. I've had some time on my hands lately. I looked at the RTM elections for the last 15 years, especially the last 10, and then in particular the last 3. And so I'm delighted that the RTM election this year will have more people running than there are available seats. It'll be a true representative election coming up, and that's fantastic. It has been a high engagement year. 0 of the people who voted at RTM in, was it December? 0 of them were elected in competitive elections, myself included. That was not a representative town meeting. Those folks were volunteers, well-intentioned, lovely people, but there were no competitive elections in Brattleboro's RTM for the last 3 years, in any district at any time. So this would be a good opportunity, because usually you would think, well, RTM is representative of the sentiment of the voters. That is not true right now. It's sounds like it's going to be true in the future, so that's great. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Abby?
Abby Manukin, District 8. I actually want to correct that, Craig, because at the special RTM meeting, every single seat that was vacant at the beginning of that meeting was a contested seat. So every single person who got voted in that night was voted in to a contested seat. But that's not what I'm here to say. I agree with what Daniel said at the when he made his statements about this. You are a 5-person select board. You make decisions for the town every week, if not every day. You are only 5 people. That is your job. Representative town meeting has a job. The job that we were elected to do at the special RTM was to vote on the ordinance. That is what RTM did. If you want to further erode public trust in the systems of government that you have in place and that you propose to abide by, this completely undermines that process. And by this measure, Franz, we should put every single decision you make in the select board to a town vote, because you're only 5 people. You're not representative of this town. Every single thing that you decide should go to a town vote, and we should see what the people of Brattleboro said. We collected 450 signatures. I do not believe that the majority of the people who signed that just felt uncomfortable saying no. Plenty of people said they didn't want to sign it. 450 plus did. You talked about all the public engagements and hundreds of people coming to the meetings, and you're ignoring the fact that lots of those people are people who didn't want the ordinance. Let's not erase those voices, and let's not pretend that that's the only thing we can do in this town for public safety. There are so many things we can try. Let's try something else. This is something the town doesn't want, based on the elected representative town meeting that we went through that process. There are other things to try.
Thanks, Abby. Okay, let's see if I can find some hands that have not been up so far this evening. And then also if I can remember your names. I don't remember. Ronnie Byrne. Hi, Ronnie.
With regard to this particular bit of business, it seems to me like a lot of the behaviors that we're talking about in this ordinance are behaviors that are actually already illegal in some fashion, either as a matter of just in and of themselves they're illegal, or they're just disturbing the peace type issues. When I became aware of this ordinance, I was really supportive of it, and I didn't really like what happened at town meeting. I didn't want it to be overturned at that point. But then having gone home and thought about it, I thought, well, maybe we didn't really need it, so maybe it shouldn't even be there at all. But that being said, I didn't really feel like that particular town meeting was a true representative town meeting, because it was called because there were activists in town who wanted to make a point about what they thought the ordinance represented, and I respect that. And they did win their argument, but I didn't really feel like it was a true representative town meeting, because if RTM is electing their own people to be part of RTM, then how can you really say that's representative? It's not. At the end of the day, I think the best, I'm always going to come out, whether I agree with a thing or not, I'm always going to come out on the side of having the most people weigh in as possible in order to decide something. And in that case, I actually am supportive of what Franz is trying to put out there. I think it should go up for a town vote because it's very contentious. After that meeting, I attended another meeting at the American Legion, and there were probably a couple of hundred people at that meeting who were extremely pissed off by what happened at that special RTM meeting, and they felt like their voices were not heard at all, and they should have a chance to have the opportunity to weigh in on this. And I'm telling you, there are a lot of people who are running for RTM now as a result of what happened at that special meeting. So
Thanks,
I
Ron.
urge you to actually keep in place what Franz is proposing.
Okay, thank you. Lisa?
Hi, I'm Lisa Nash. I still don't know what district I am. I feel sad about this. I feel like what I've been seeing in the relatively short period of time that I live here is the same as what you're speaking to, is people who live in a pretty small place where things are actually kind of appropriate scale for this thing we call democracy. People are getting engaged. It's really uncomfortable. As far as I can see, democracy has always been like this. And whoever loses is like, that wasn't representative because I lost. Like, this is nothing new. And if we want to have a conversation about, I mean, we have to go on having a conversation about these issues because they're in everybody's faces and they're upsetting. But I do feel really strongly that to make this move as a way of trying to see where people are at with it is going to erode that process of engagement that is actually kind of just getting juicy and good. I think it would be a mistake. I hope it doesn't happen. That's my 2 cents.
Thanks, Lisa. Okay, I'm going to try it. Let's go Mary, and then Ray, and then Lisa, and then Ken. And thank you for reminding me about the Zoom.
Mary Del Priori, District 8. I just want to give you a little backstory because I think I kind of represent the community that hasn't participated before. After 36 years of living in Brattleboro, I was working, raising my kids, doing business, and trusting that the town, like yourselves, would be doing a job. Taxes would go up a little, we wouldn't like it. What I didn't realize, though, was the presence of Act 127 and the fact that that carried this 5% cap on our property taxes. So all the years, I was actually trusting in Act 127, and when it timed out before the last meeting, I was caught unawares. Also not participating actually in the whole district rep process either. So I feel like there's a whole lot of me that when we first got that 14.2% raise in our educational tax, then looking at the municipal tax of an additional 22%, and then having this crime issue that we all are experiencing, and you guys working hard to help deal with that in the ordinance, that's when we were really like, we need to really plug in now. And so even though people with children and jobs and busy lives they're choosing to take their time and go in the process. At that meeting about the ordinance, there were tons of really good citizens that tried to get in those RTM seats, but they were not. The existing RTMs voted in people who agreed with them. It was not. The average citizen was not represented there, and we knew it. And a lot of the people after that happened just left kind of in disgust. And absolutely, we do not feel like our voices was heard. So it would be really interesting to find out, are we the majority or are we not? I think you need to put it on the ballot because we're really at this kind of crossroads in our town. And there is a lot of resentment. And, you know, on one hand, we're engaging because of it, but let's see what the people really think. Don't be afraid.
Okay, thanks. Ray? Yep.
Ray, District 8. I think that this is really an interesting opportunity to actually, like, think about the fact that you're considering this for the fact that this is like a contentious, controversial issue. And I think that kind of what Abby was saying, that like, well, if we're going to add this to the ballot in March, then like there's actually a lot of contentious issues that could be added to this ballot in March if that's the spirit of what we're doing right now. And so in my mind, I'm like, these issues with like the ordinance, what it was seeking to, you know, address, the different crime, the different addiction experience, you know, whatever, experiences of homelessness, like all these different things that were named as to like why these proposals from the select board were, you know, initiated and then approved and then yada, yada, yada. Like, it's actually an opportunity to start coming up with like new proposals that might really work for other people, like maybe amend these ordinances that you came up with, amend these ideas of like, oh, well, actually, maybe we could address crime this way, or like we could see what the last million something dollars you just spent on the police department's gonna do. We could see, I don't know, I think that fighting over whether or not this ordinance like made sense to everyone, like it obviously didn't make sense to everyone, or we would be still enacting it right now. And I would urge that we take these special votes off the ballot and maybe think of like an even larger umbrella of like, how do we want to address contentious, controversial, quote unquote, issues in town? Like as a whole, do we want to have this through RTM? Do we want to, I brought this up at the financial meeting to you, Franz, that I think that we need to be asking the town more often, what do we want our money going towards? But if we're just going to be like angry about what didn't get, like, I don't feel good about the substation. Do I get to put that on the March 4th ballot? Do I get to ask the town if they want a substation on Flat Street? I don't know. But like, if that's an option, you know, I think that like, that's something that like we should be talking about as like a much larger conversation, not just these two things as this like fixated argument. Like, I don't want to be like pinpointed and pigeonholed into this like very like, I don't know, seemingly finite conversation that doesn't actually lead to like long-term solutions. They were like puzzle pieces in this supposed, you know, scape that John Potter painted as like a dystopic hellscape. And I actually think there's a lot of people in this community that like really care about this place and really want to have places that their kids go, that they feel safe, that are clean streets, that are like, you know, there's a lot of care, and I want everyone to hear that like people organizing against the ordinance were not doing it out of a lack of care. It was actually from so much deep care, so much underpaid labor, so much working families, so many people that like are the average people in town. They're not like exceptional.
Thanks, Ray.
That's
Appreciate that. All right, Lisa. Lisa and then Ken, and then we're going to see where we're at. We've still got quite a bit of business to conduct, and the interpreters are working really hard. And sometimes we need to remember that 10 o'clock is kind of a good ending point at the outset. Yeah. Okay, Lisa, go right ahead.
Okay, hi. I just have a quick question. So I just want to have an understanding that the ordinance that didn't pass, is there still opportunity for it to come back to the select board and make changes to it?
Yeah.
And so without a vote?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, I actually think that's a really well said point, and Ray kind of said the same thing, right? So like, I know that Peter and Liz are going to be on the select board from April until the next election, right? I don't know who else is going to be on the select board. You don't know. The election is coming up, and I would imagine that people running for the select board will express an opinion about this ordinance and also about other matters. And they will get elected based on some of what they say, right? No, and talk about reading the tea leaves. We can never really tell why we got elected. I don't know why I got elected all those years ago. You know,
I don't know why.
Like, I don't know why Liz got elected. You know, so the board could, once it's convened again, you know, after town meeting, say, this ordinance was, you know, controversial. There's some parts of it we like, there's some parts that we don't like. Can we revisit it and have a community conversation about it rather than this up and down vote? Peter?
Yeah, don't disagree, but don't agree.
Sure,
Okay?
exactly. I mean, that's where we're at.
And that's sort of where the rub is, right? And I'd be honest with you, like, I don't want to investigate this again if the town truly doesn't support it. So leaving this thing on a ballot will tell me that I'm stepping in the right direction or I'm way off base.
Right, and I think your point and, you know, your perspective and Liz's perspective, you know, as much as we disagreed about this ordinance, like, these people will be on the select board. These two people will be on the select board next year. And so, like, if this is useful for you as you do your work
It's
next
useful
year,
for me.
plus the 3 other mystery people who we don't know yet, so, you know, if you guys want to put it on, knock yourselves out.
Well, I'm not trying to.
Can we just vote instead of knocking ourselves out?
Yeah. I'd like to conduct a little bit more business and get us out of here by like 10:05, maybe, if we can manage. No way in hell it's going to happen. Ken, go ahead, help us out. We're looking for help here, so. I have helpful things to say.
Ken Fay, District 8.
Okay.
I want to say I have tried to be active in the community. There's a lot of people who aren't. So even if this goes on the ballot, it's not an election year. You're not going to get the full town.
I know, we never do.
So I'm just, we're almost amongst ourselves. And I tried for town
meeting member.
Meeting member, and I didn't get elected. And I was against the ordinance. So that was somebody's theory of, that didn't work. I definitely think we should move on.
Okay, all right. Board, where are we at here? Are you ready to make a decision on these two things? Now, I want to also mention that Liz thought to combine the two. We didn't
I didn't think that was a terrible idea either.
Yeah.
So I just want to say that combining them is not a good idea because it'll be less clear the meaning of the vote, assuming that we have it. So I'm happy to have both of them on the ballot, but I think they should be separate. If they both pass, great. If they both fail, great. But it's possible that one will pass and the other won't, and I think we need to know that. And to lump them together will lumping them together will make the results potentially less clear.
Okay, Richard.
I just want to make clear for myself and anybody else, when we vote on this, I'm not voting against the ordinance or for the ordinance. My vote's going to reflect the process.
Yes. The question before us is, do you want to put these on the warning?
So do you want to vote on this next week, like the article before?
Oh, it's that. Okay, this is draft. We're trying to get something for next week to actually make a final decision on. What happens next week is final.
Vote differently next week.
Yes, you absolutely could. Thank you for that comment from the gallery. As things get later, it gets a little looser. Okay, so are we ready to make a decision about what we will bring forward for next week?
I think we are.
Okay, so all those in favor of bringing forward Articles 4 and 5 for consideration in the town meeting warning at our next meeting, raise their hand and say aye.
Aye.
That's 3 in favor. All those opposed, raise their hand and say nay.
Nay.
Nay. That's 2 opposed. Passes 3-2. We're going to see these things next week. All right, 6 and 7. Whoa, boy. Okay, so these are both about human services funding, and the first one says, shall the voters of the town of Brattleboro advise representative town meeting to reduce human services funding for, and Peter, I did forget about Zoom, reduce human services funding for FY26 from up to 2%, which is that number of dollars, to up to 1%, which is that number of dollars. And you guys aren't looking at this, so I'm going to tell you the dollars. I'm sorry, it's getting late. $461,276 is the 2% figure, or up to 1%, which is $230,638. So, shall the voters of the town advise representative town meeting to reduce human services funding to 1% of the 25 budget, and to then include the same amount, which is $230,638, as guidance for the FY27 budget? So that's one question. It's very kind of clear, and it's about the voters of the town, the whole town, advising representative town meeting. Article 7 is simpler. Shall the voters of the town of Brattleboro advise representative town meeting to reduce human services funding? To what figure? No one would be able to say. So, board, what is your pleasure? Elizabeth?
I'm a fan of Article 7, but I propose to modify it because
Great.
Article 7 does not specify which fiscal year we're talking about. And
Okay.
there's a need, if, already the budget, I believe, includes a 2% now?
Yes.
But we
Liz, I'm
as,
having a little trouble hearing you. I'm sorry.
the budget as proposed now includes a 2%. But the select board in our deliberations has already voted on a suggested cut to 1.4%. And that is not reflected in the budget because we don't have the authority to do that. Representative Town Meeting does. So this advisory motion would get the advice from the voters as to whether or not they would essentially be advising RTM to modify this number for this budget that we're talking about.
Right.
So I would suggest that shall the voters of the town of Brattleboro advise Representative Town Meeting to reduce human services funding for FY26 and as guidance for the FY27 budget. That way, what we're doing is not talking about a specific number, but we're getting a poll of the voters of the town to have the discussion at town meeting with RTM members, understanding what the will of the voters is.
Okay. We still wouldn't know reduced to what, though?
No, and that, but it would inform the conversation that would take place at town meeting.
Okay, very
So,
good. Other members?
In that vein,
Peter?
let's say we said 0, or reduce it to 0. Then would it be up to representative town meeting to then establish a number?
Yes.
Vote on a number?
Yes.
Yes.
And build it from ground level? Is that kind of, I mean, that's, talk about an unwieldy proposal, but, I mean, is that unrealistic?
Let's find out.
Well, you gotta understand, these are advisor, if you choose to put these on for the March 4th ballot, these are just advice, they're advisory articles, they're not binding. So with human service funding, that's a function of representative town meeting, which is gonna be several Saturdays after this vote. So you're not, the voters here are not usurping, because it's non-binding, it's just
Right.
advice with regard to the human service funding.
Yeah. Thanks.
Whether or not you make it advice for fiscal year 26, or not.
Yeah. Thank you. I would say, again, there is still a kind of, at least a disbelief that RTM is a genuine body made up of the voters of Brattleboro. It's somehow invalid or non-representative. And certainly in the Charter Review Commission's work, we have explored the fact that, like, as Craig pointed out, there have been many years where the seats have not been competitive, which can lead to it being less representative. And I think that, you know, we should continue through the Charter Review Commission to really investigate whether the current form of RTM works for us. I think the special RTM was like a cool example of what RTM actually could look like if there was sufficient engagement. But I think that in our draft warning that we considered already, there is a question for RTM as to how much human services funding there should be in Article 10 for this current budget. That article could fail, it could be amended, right? And in Article 13, there is at least a question for RTM to say how much do you want to see in future years. And I would say, just like how we kind of talked about, like how people are going to run for select board based on like their opinions about what's gone on in the last year, people will also run to be town meeting members in the same way. You know, they will run saying, wow, this budget's gone crazy, I want to do something about it. Or wow, I really support this. Or wow, the select board are idiots and shouldn't have done this thing. You know, it's, people will run and get elected or not. I think maybe the only critique I would have of our current form of like town, and I'm maybe a little less germane at this point, but our current sort of way of electing folks at RTM is people don't really campaign. You don't really know like what so-and-so stands for. It's like we're a small enough place that I'm like, oh yeah, that person, but not so much those ones, you know, and that's a limitation, right? So I really think that, again, we should really think about eroding trust in government. You know, people are mad at us for a lot of different reasons. And like,
For
I mean, we sort of
contradictory
joke about it, and also like it is a problem. And you know, we should think about like, do we always have to make them a little bit more mad? You know, Franz and then Liz.
So I'm struck that we're really just talking about the same thing at this point. Do we want to know what the people of Brattleboro think? That's what we're doing here, is we're giving the largest, I mean, I suppose we could hire a public opinion firm to go around door to door in Brattleboro and get everybody's opinion on things.
Out of unassigned fund balance.
Probably not realistic, but by putting it on the ballot, this is our best way to find out what the people actually think. Then it can be used in whatever fashion seems appropriate by the select board or by representative town meeting, but that will be the knowledge base that we start from. I can't see why that isn't helpful to the process, to know what the people think. If you vote against doing this, you're just saying, I don't care what the people think. That's all you're doing.
No, I disagree very strongly, because the people, the elected people of RTM, matter and are a legitimate body that you need to abide by what they vote on.
And they also need to know what the people think. And as you just said, they don't campaign, they don't get that kind of input routinely. This is a way for RTM to know what the people think too. I just think it's a very useful step to take.
Okay, great. Liz, you had something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I just, you know, this ballot is yet another form of democracy open to us, and ultimately RTM has the authority to identify the human service funding in our budget. We've already suggested changes to this amount, but ultimately it's up to RTM. So informing RTM of what the public wants is just another form of democracy that I think we should employ in this instance because it's controversial.
Okay, great, thank you. Peter, and then I'd like to go to the folks on Zoom fairly quickly, and then folks in the room, and then come back for a decision.
So, I was an RTM member when it went from, I think, 1.4 to 2. I stood on the floor in favor of a 2% increase, and at the time, I stood by that, and it's not that it's lost onto me as to what that money might mean, but I've, again, not making a decision in a vacuum, asking questions, talking with people who have, weighed in on this with me, are asking why, when other communities are not contributing, why do we have to contribute this much? So I get constantly adding things on to ask people. I just want you to think about this statement for a second. We're asking the people of the community what they want, and that's being perceived as a bad thing. I don't understand. I don't understand how putting this in, I mean, and to the point, like, we should bring everything to a town vote. I hear that. I understand where that comes from. I really, really do. But on these are lightning rod issues. I don't want to make this decision in a vacuum. I don't want to be the one who decides that this nonprofit gets their funding this year from the town, or they don't. Let the voter decide. You know, we've looked in and we've drilled in as to what the removal of that line item would mean to town taxes. Also a very hot topic here tonight, as we know. And I think it lowers it an additional 3% over the number that we've been tossing out. Something to think about. So are we prepared to do that? I mean, I'm saying that I do not feel comfortable, based on the many conversations I've had, pulling the trigger on something like this. But I think presenting something in an article for the ballot, stating should the voters tell representative town meeting whether to eliminate it or keep it. Maybe something as simple as that. So then we make a decision from there.
Okay. All right. Board members who haven't spoken, so that's Richard or myself.
Well,
No.
I like the clean language of
You
number
prefer
7.
number 7?
Yeah, and
Okay.
simple, and
Okay. Got it.
With my amendments,
Sure.
but
Right? With Liz's amendments, right?
to make it FY '26.
Okay,
and
I can handle
advisory
that.
for
All right,
27.
yeah.
Okay, great. So let's hear from the public, and I did forget about people on Zoom a while ago, so I'm going to remedy that now. Steve, you are invited. Thoughts on this question? Hi, Steve. If you could just introduce yourself. I think your microphone's not working. Try now? No. I don't know what to tell you. I can't. Yeah, sorry, Steve.
Next.
Yeah, Steve, why don't you give it a play around with it, and we'll come back to you. Let's go to Jane next.
Hello, Jane Baker, District 8. I am in favor of putting this to the town. I would also like to say that anybody that thinks that they should put everything to the town, don't threaten me with a good time. I would love to vote on everything. So,
The town every single time we want a meeting.
sir, let me just say that I am new to being involved in politics, and I've been watching these meetings for a while. You are rude and you are dismissive, and makes it more painful to be involved. And the other people on the board, I find very respectful. You, I find dismissive, and you speak for the majority of the meeting. So this is why a lot of people are frustrated they don't get a chance to talk, because you do like to monologue. So I'll leave it at that and just say, please give me as much as I can vote for at the booth, and I will do my duty. Thank you.
Thanks, Jane. Thanks for the feedback. If you want to get in touch, my information's on the website. I'd be happy to sit down and have a cup of coffee with you. Let's go to Tom.
Unmute. Good evening, Tom Franks, District 9, Representative Town Meeting member. My opinions have been published. I just want to tell you a bit from my professional perspective as someone who does survey work and questioning and does research. Article number 7 gives you minimal information. The word reduce replaced by the word eliminated would give you very clear information. And I strongly support you make that modification with Liz's amendments if necessary. But I think this simple question of shall it eliminate, put to the voters of the town, would give you some useful information. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tom. Let's try Steve again.
You know?
We can.
Oh,
Great, good, thank you. First of all, actually, it's very interesting that Tom just mentioned that last.
And is your full name?
Oh, Steve Peterson, District 7.
Thank you.
Since Tom raised it, I think actually the last item, the word we did that the simplicity of Article 7, that caught my eye as well. I have over 100 scientific publications to my name, often in survey work, and the simplicity of that may not be understandable. And I actually think reducing would make it worse. We could talk about that offline. I don't want to belabor it, but I think if you say, "Well, shall we throw this aside?" is how it reads. The impulse will be like, "Oh, of course not." People don't understand how much are we spending, how much are we talking about reducing it to. Without that context, I think Article 7 is a meaningless item, personally. But I wanted to say something quickly. I generally wholeheartedly support Article 4, 5, and 6 in general. About the kind of the comments at the very top of the meeting about the survey or about the signatures to get people to overturn the safety ordinance. I don't know if everybody's aware, but everybody needs to be clear about the fact that the very coordinators and drivers of this signature drive to overturn the safety ordinance in their meeting to discuss alternatives admitted that they didn't even know what the ordinance meant. They didn't even know themselves. They said, "Oh, it's legalese. I don't even know what they meant by this." It wasn't legalese. It was plain language. So if the signature collectors didn't even know, how on earth would the signers know what the ordinance meant? So I think that's a real fly in the ointment here. And yes, I think it absolutely has to be brought back to the citizens of Brattleboro to say what they thought. I also think in the meeting where we voted, the legal peculiarities and risks of the safety ordinance were 80% of the conversation. And the mandate, in my view, was not at all no ordinance. The mandate was like, let's make this legally, not opening Brattleboro up to all kinds of litigation. And so in my view, I stood up saying, okay, the vote was either yes, keep it and modify, or go back to the drawing board. But I think I don't agree with anybody saying that this is the mandate from that meeting was shut it down. The mandate was let's make sure we don't get sued. So those are the main things. I also want to say that the same people who were trying to lobby against this, try something else. Weren't those the things that have already been tried? Upstream social services. And in the meeting that was held at the library, the proposal was, well, no safety ordinance, but for $1.8 million, you can have a walk-in center. We have to consider that as well. And that didn't hold any credibility in terms of being able to reduce violent rape or crime or things that were discussed in the library meeting.
Thanks, Steve.
So, thanks.
Close to the end here. All right. So other members of the community who wish to speak on this matter who have not been heard. Ronnie.
Just a very short comment. There was some discussion earlier around this ordinance and the idea of having the public vote and that RTM. I forget exactly what the context, what was exactly said, but it had something to do with, having, voting, people campaigning for RTM so that people can vote for them and know what they stand for, which is all very well and good. But the fact is that RTM is somewhat dysfunctional in that regard, because even if someone is elected to be an RTM representative, there is absolutely no accountability for how they voted. So once they're in, you have no idea whether or not they're actually going to do what they said they were going to do, and you have no way of knowing. So I don't really see that, any argument for saying that RTM's better at deciding these questions than the general public.
Okay. Dick?
I wanted to go back to something you said at the beginning of the conversation about precedent. It's a word that's, I feel, is often used to stop something. The reality is the board, well, we don't want to vote on this because it sets a precedent. I've had issues with the Human Service Committee, and they use the word precedent. We don't want to do this because it sets a precedent. Each time something comes up to the board or to anyone, you get to vote on that, and just because you voted on it one way one time doesn't mean you have to vote on the same thing and accept something the second time. And if people really want to find out about the budget and or the human service, which, you know, the human service discussion at RTM at $400,000 is going to take twice as long, if not longer, than $25 million budget. And that's been the case for the past several years. And if you really want to find out truly whether you support or not, the action of what happens on the budget and the human service budget then should be taken to a town-wide vote. I said it before here at this meeting. There's a process for it of 50 RTM members sign a petition with the language to take it to a town-wide vote to see if the voters of the community approved your actions. And the same thing with the human service budget. It should go to a town-wide vote, and we'll find out if RTM is reflective of what the community wants. And I'm waiting for somebody to do that, to really give a true reflection of what's going on here at RTM. These are advisories. The vote after a town meeting would mean that the budget would have to go back to the board, and regardless of what happens, if it's voted up, down, or amended, I would like to see that happen. That would give you the true fact of what's going on with the voters of the community. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thanks, Dick. All right, Select Board, it is 10:16 PM. Real quick.
Were you going to do something with the town charter, putting that on the agenda?
You know, it was a thank you for paying attention. It was a question that the Charter Review Commission brought to us. We asked for some modifications to the language. The Charter Review Commission met and decided that they didn't feel that it was. I can't speak for you. Can you speak, Kate, are you chair of the Charter Review Commission?
I'll make it quick at 10:15. Kate O'Connor, Brattleboro, Chair of the Charter Revision Commission. We did come to the Select Board asking if we could put something on the March agenda or the March town meeting ballot that said, what do you like, town meeting, representative town meeting, or open town meeting? And then we needed to add Australian ballot to it. And it became really too confusing for us to get the answer that we want to get, which is figuring out what recommendation we're going to make to representative town meeting about which way to conduct our annual town meeting. So we didn't want it on the ballot because we thought it was going to be too confusing. So we're going to do some public information meetings. As you said, February 6th, we're having one, and we might do a survey. So we're going to reach out in other ways. But we didn't want something on the ballot that would just confuse the whole issue about how we do our annual town meeting, if
Okay.
that makes sense in a nutshell.
Thank you. And it's a reasonable question, and it's germane because we're talking about the one-in and alternates. I'd like us to try and get to a decision on Article 6 or 7. Liz?
In light of one of the Zoom commenters, I have a question for our town manager. Steve Peterson was saying that Article 6 gave us all more information and gave the voters more information than Article 7. And I wondered, John, if you feel that you have a preference over which article would give both the voters and the town more information.
I think Article 6 gives more information. Whether the board wants that or not is kind of the question for you. I was just saying that I think Article 6 gives more information, but it's up to the board whether they want that information. Article 7 with some of the changes that were suggested could give you also a lot of information if, for example, you worked on the word reduce, but, right now it's pretty vague.
Thanks, John.
Right. I think it might be wise to just say that at present it's $461,276
Right, in Article 7.
in Article 7.
Uh-huh.
So I would suggest that. And I just didn't want the evening to go by without recognizing the efforts of the Human Services Committee, and particularly David Miner, who's here with us tonight.
Okay, thank you. So, Board, what is your pleasure?
Is there a reworded number 7, or?
Well, we could choose to either put Article 6 on, Article 7 or nothing, or
Can
something
I-
completely different.
Can I amend my previous amendment to
Yes.
Article 7?
Go right ahead.
Shall the voters of the town of Brattleboro advise representative town meeting to reduce the human services funding for FY '26, presently at $461,276 for, I said FY '26, and as guidance for FY '27? Or should I skip that?
It's hard to make good decisions at this time of night.
Yeah, it
Got a
is.
long day at work.
Anyway, let's just keep it for '26, and so I'll read it again. Shall the voters of the town of Brattleboro advise representative town meeting to reduce the human services funding from its presently determined $461,276.
Yeah. Could I propose a friendly amendment?
Sure.
Say like, from its current amount of
Yes.
$461,276?
Yeah.
Okay. Board, you ready for that question that I will read again perfectly? Okay. So the question before you is whether you want to place something on our final warning that we will be voting on next week that says, shall the voters of the town of Brattleboro advise representative town meeting to reduce human services funding from its current amount of $461,276.
Did you say
Clear?
FY '26 in?
Oh, I didn't.
Would you add that, please?
Make a little friendly amendment.
Yeah.
From the FY '26 amount of 461,000.
Yes. Well, yes.
Tell me what you mean.
I mean, shall the voters of the town of Brattleboro advise representative town meeting to reduce the human services funding from the current amount of $461,276 for FY '26?
Okay, great. Got it. So the question is, shall we bring back an article on the final warning for town meeting that says, shall the voters of the town of Brattleboro advise representative town meeting to reduce human services funding from the current amount of $461,276 for FY '26?
Yeah.
I think there's also
Yeah. There is.
I didn't, did she say she couldn't hear?
Abby would like us to recognize the person that's on Zoom. Okay. So that's the motion that's on the floor, and now I'm going to have to repeat it a fourth time. Let's hear from this person really quickly, and then I'm going to bring it back to the board for a vote. So Patrick, would you mind recognizing the person? Good evening.
Hi. Yes, it's Avery Thompson. I'm a member of the Human Services Committee, and sadly, I was in another meeting till 9 p.m. So I wasn't. Hi. I'm just noticing what you're saying here. You're cutting out that it's 2% of the budget. So I don't need to have an opinion about whether or not you put this on the ballot. All of that's at your discretion, but it was important in RTM. It was discussed at length. We spent, hundreds of hours, honestly, on this and reading all of it. We did so much work on this at the behest of RTM, and now you're going to put it on the ballot, which is at your discretion. But could you please continue to include the amount of the budget it is? Because there's a lot of work that goes into people in RTM and us on the committee understanding this number in context. It's 2% of an overall budget. It's not just a large random sum of money. So if you are going to use the new language, could you please make sure people understand the scope? Thank you for considering that.
Yeah, thank you. And it's 2% of the previous year's general fund budget, right? The previously adopted general fund budget.
Yes.
I would say that, there's a friendly amendment there, right? So how about, let me read what I think it is. Shall the voters of the town of Brattleboro advise representative town meeting to reduce human services funding from its current amount of $461,276 for FY26, which is 2% of the previous year's general fund budget?
Sure.
Town attorney's nodding his head. Okay.
Do it.
And the question is, do you want to place that on the final warning to be considered next week?
Mm-hmm.
Okay? All those in favor, please raise their hand and say aye.
Aye.
Okay, I see 4 in favor. All those opposed, raise their hand and say nay. Nay. 1 opposed. Passes 4-1. That is the end of what we have here. Thank you for your participation, and I will accept one final motion. Elizabeth.
I move to adjourn.
Elizabeth's made a motion to adjourn. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Aye, that passes 5-0. And we are adjourned. Thank you to BCTV. Thank you to our interpreters. I'm sorry we kept you so much longer. Thank you to town staff. Thank you for the high level of engagement from the community. And good night.
Drive everybody nuts.
I honestly...